Ladies and gentlemen, hi. I do apologize for starting late today. I've spent the last about an hour solid going over the document. All the stuff that I usually do on a piecemeal basis, specifically to avoid having to spend like an hour sitting down and doing that. But I have not had time over the last few days, so I wanted to catch up there. And I also wanted to update the zones document to make sure that that's up to date. And as always, it's a good way to help double check myself. For example, several people would agree that Gilneas probably was better overall story than the Goblin zones, which were better overall gameplay, which I would agree with, and plays out. But at the same time, the Goblin things were really good gameplay-wise, so, you know, good stuff like that. Also, Bladeval, I thought you might find this funny. You're going to like Cataclysm the best of all of the expansions, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because Cataclysm is set in vanilla zones. So the overwhelming majority of these zones will not be getting brickwork or doodad or visual storytelling positives. No visual positives. So any story positives these zones earn are going to have to sit on the backs of the quests actually being good. But for now, let's go ahead and start Azshara, shall we?
Strength and honor. Strength.
As we chew up our resources of this land for a war machine, we deprive the local animals of their home. If they're to die anyways, we should not allow that meat to go to waste. Not when the maw of Orgrimmar gapes open, hungry. Kill the weakened moss-hoof stags that remain in the area, and collect their meat for our peons and grunts.
Go with honor.
Here's a go-to quest. No, it's not. Never mind. Our enemies abound, Warlock, even here at our very doorstep. The Night Elves have reinforced Telendris Point in an attempt to stop our advance into Ashenvale. As we speak, their scouts patrol the nearby hills, reporting every movement to and from these gates. We must remove the eyes of Ashenvale. Go! Your prey stalks all around these gates, especially to the east. Slay the scouts who shadow us.
Victory.
I ain't getting paid to chat.
Listen, I've been trying to impress our new Horde allies with our legendary Goblin efficiency, but in hindsight, automating the Shredders was a bad idea. Now they're mindless killing machines rampaging over the countryside. Don't get me wrong, that kind of thing has its place, but for the time being, I need a brave Warlock to help me get things a little under control. It's easy. Automated Shredders, like all machines, must be beaten into submission. Then I'll seize the controls and radio afterwards. Can't you do that before? Okay.
Do not get on Gallywix's bad side.
Screw Gallywix. Sorry, what? Speaking of zones that probably don't get a brickwork positive, welcome to Azshara. It's okay, Azshara will probably get visual storytelling positives. It's okay, relax. There's plenty of room for all kinds of positives here. I did not see the Game Awards, no. And I never will. Are there vanilla zones that I preferred in vanilla? Hang on. Let me give you a real answer to that question. Let me sit down and think about it. Ignore the people fighting Azure ghosts in the distance there. Don't mind them. I might roam over there, see if I can poke them and get credit. That'd be funny. Yeah, he's just killing people left and right. He's gonna roam a little bit further. Where is he? Come on, where are you? Up there he is. Oh, they killed him. Aw. I could have gotten credit. Oh, let's see. No, I can't stand... I cannot answer 1,000 Needles in good conscience. You know why? Because I remember questing in the 1,000 Needles back in the day. It was a zone that so many of my own guild members hated going through so much that a lot of them would forego ever doing Oldemon in order to try and avoid having to do that zone. Thousand Needles... Thousand Needles was yet another of the terrible middling zones of vanilla. And when I say middling zones, I don't mean like they're mid. I mean like they're the zones in the middle, right? Even I will admit that most of the zones towards the early, over here stuff, that was alright, you know. Elven Forest, Teldrassil, Dune Morrogue, those are fine. They'd probably be a net negative under the review system, but merely a net negative. And the late zones tend to actually have some cool stuff in them, like the Plague Lands, or Burning Steppes, or Blasted Lands, right? But in the middle you have the Hell Zones, because vanilla had Hell levels. The Hell Zone sucks. In the middle you had the Hinterlands, you had Feralos, you had... Dustwall was actually pushed up in level to help with the Hell levels, by the way. That's a real thing. We'll talk about that when we get there. You had Thousand Needles, you had Tanarus. That's it. That's the mid-levels. That's your lot. For a huge swath of game. I suppose I could just say it since I already mentioned it. One of the reasons they upped Dustwall, and one of the reasons they overhauled that zone in BC, was specifically because of the fact that it was actually entirely possible to do literally every single quest in all of the 40 zones and not leave the 40 range and be forced to just find a spot and grind. The wax seal on these borders has been freshly broken. Ah! Hey, you reading this? Piloting that sucker's easy. Push the pedals into your control and move the levers for your levers. Got it? Now you got that thing under control. Let's gather up some lumber I was supposed to be collecting. Otherwise, the orcs are going to build a catapult out of me. First lumber should be stockpiled around the area. Use the shred to get all you can. Okay. Let's just get some lumber here. Oh, I can't just knock down the trees. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah, sorry, Thousand Needles is a zone. A sucky zone. So I haven't quite answered Euro's question. So let me hang on. Let me go through them all in order. Give me a minute. God damn it. How's the wood processing? You should see what this thing does to broccoli. Oh, great. You've loaded the shredder pretty much to capacity. You're getting pretty handy with that thing. Let's still a second. I'm going to bring your main buzzsaw controls online. Night Elf and the snipers from Talandris have been spotted in the trees taking potshots at my workers. I should take care of those snipers by taking care of those trees. I can do that. You picked the wrong... So, this is actually funny. We could debate the specifics of, like, how good, bad, or in between this is. Like, I'm not really here to... Oh, yeah, this is the Goblin Zone, 100%. It's one of the only Goblin Zones in the entire game, actually. We could debate how good, bad, or in between the Horde or the Alliance or the Night Elves or whatever, but I'm just going to tell you the facts. So, the Night Elves claimed domain over Azshara and refused to do anything with it for a long time. Durotar was immediately next to Azshara and in desperate need of lots and lots of resources. Yep. Wow, that's a lot of snipers in that tree. Jesus, guys. So, the Night Elves refused to trade with the Horde, and then when war was declared, just started actively attacking all Horde efforts to try and expand out of Durotar. That's... I don't know. That's up to you. You can decide from that whatever you want to. But those are the facts. So now I gotta go back to thinking about the zones. Alright, so where was I? Jesus, that's a lot of Night Elves. Oh, you're just talking about vibe? Oh, I'm sorry. I have to start over then. Yeah, we're making some smoothies right now. Okay, purely vibe. So in that case, I have to think about zones. So hang on, we gotta shrink the list then. So we gotta think about which zones were changed in a visual sense from the previous, because none of the music's different. So that would be, let's see, Loch Madon, Wetlands, Hillsbrad, and West Plagues. And I think it's set on the Eastern Kingdoms. Then over on what am I in combat with? Then over on Kalimdor we have Thousand Needles, Tannerus, South Barrens, North Barrens, Ashenvale, Azshara, and Darkshore. And I think that's it. Wow, they ran a long ways. Which is really irritating because I actually need to kill another guy. Of those zones, do I prefer the original in any case? No, I don't think so. Great work. That's how we take care of business back in Kazan. Eh? What's going on? Screams, shouts, and the roar of combat filled the radio. Armdumia, get back here right away. Hurry to the gates. We're under attack. I'm activating your grenade launcher. I do like grenade launchers. Night Elf and Slime. And I kind of like the drained lock. That was the only one I was really debating, was Loch Madon. It's like, do I prefer the lock actually being there, or do I prefer the new, you know, drained area? And I think I prefer the drained one. It's a great way to show the consequences of the Cataclysm. Oh, also Badlands. I forgot about Badlands. I prefer the original Badlands visually. There you go. I can even explain why, although it's kind of a weird thing. Okay, for real. Just stop existing. Stop being alive. Stop being alive. Stop being alive. It's hard for me to prefer a zone that had no content in it. For those of you not aware, this is Azshara. It had, like, what, 20 quests in vanilla? That might be exaggerating. Might have been only like 10. Like, there was nothing to Azshara. It was just there. Nice skills. Never dealt with the likes of you. How's that shredder holding up? I think of being at the emergency power supplies online. That'll recharge you when you're wounded. Listen, these night elves are being strengthened by an ancient of war who's taking root just west of the gates. He's a big tree. You know what to do. Take him out. I do like giant trees. Yeah, this is the zone you went to in order to get your elemental water. So that was about it. And to kill Azure. Oh, they totally contaminated the place. I mean, holy crap, you kidding me? Look at this giant quarry. This didn't used to be here. Just to name a specific example. And of course, we got that eyesore up there. We'll see that when we get closer to it. But again, I find it difficult to prefer a zone that has nothing in it to a zone that does. You know? Hey there, big guy. Listen, you're a tree. And I'm a shredder. Keeping me in range is not doing you any favors, buddy. God, please don't remind me of the Hydraxian Water Lords. Here I come, buddy. I liked this mission, too. You remember that one? Warcraft 3. We need lumber for Thrall's Warcraft. So we will take it. I fear no mortal enemy, but what use is my axe against spiritless flesh? Or fleshless spirit, sorry. Spiritless flesh is kind of a different thing. That also exists in this setting. Yeah, the terraformed of the Horde symbol is one of the weirdest things in the history of Warcraft lore. The actual lore excuse for that is the fact that they did it to show their, you know, hey, we're totally with the Horde now, yay. But, like, why did the developers of this game change Azshara to look like a Horde symbol? It has never been relevant to anything or anyone ever. For those of you wondering what I'm talking about, there's Azshara now. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, they just decided to do that for some reason. And I'm not sure why. This guy has way too much health. This is ridiculous. Like, this whole question has been awesome, and I was going to give it its own positive. And I'm still going to. Like, why does this guy have so much health? This is confusing. He should be taking, like, way more damage from the Shredder attack. Let's chalk that up to another... Oh, he's not taking any damage from the Shredder attack. There we go. God, I was out of attack range. I'm an idiot. That was on me. God damn it, Laura. I was sitting there like, why is this taking so long? My Shredder attacks were literally not hitting him. Look, I've never been known for my intellect, okay? I don't know what you want from me. Yeah, I wasn't close enough to the hitbox. And since the attack isn't actually a targeted attack, it just hits whatever's in front of you. Like, it's essentially just a cleave right in front of you. Oh, I said essentially. God damn it, Laura. It is a cleave right in front of you. Like that.
Smart mouth, huh?
You did it. The invaders have pulled back. They told me I was crazy for installing a grenade launcher on a wood chipper. Great work with the Shredder. With an impressive showing like that right in the War Chief's doorstep, the Horde can't doubt what Goblin technology can do for them. Hi, you for a big thanks.
Yeesh. Talk my head off, why don't you?
You did a bang-up job getting our lumber operations in order, but word on the wires we're falling behind our stone quota. You think if we could move a few mountains, we could gather up a few rocks? That's not my problem. But maybe we can make it yours. Report to Hozak Zignibble up the way to Orgrimmar Rocketway Exchange. See if you can help him straighten out his operations. Yeah, sure.
Stay strong, pal.
Probably not, Fife. After all, I have an undead warlock already. One moment. Yeah, the Worgen don't actually have a second zone. It's very strange. So, what I mean by a second zone, I've talked about this before, but to talk this out again very briefly. Pretty much every race in the game has a tutorial area, like the Almond Vale, and then a starter zone, which is your initial, and then a secondary zone, which is what you do immediately after that. The Worgen's secondary zone is just Darkshore. Like, if you were paying attention on a Worgen, it straight up told us to go straight to Darkshore. It's like, okay. By contrast, the goblins get Azshara. And if you don't understand the significance of that, and this is part of why we're doing Azshara now instead of Durotar, Durotar leads to either Azshara or North Barrens. But if you play as a goblin, then the goblin quests lead immediately to Azshara. And that actually flows smoother, because then Azshara and North Barrens both lead to Ashenvale, and that becomes part of the MSQ here. So, we're going to do Azshara first, since we've already played a Goblin, and then we'll do Durotar straight to North Barrens later on our Orc.
Sung.
Oh,
For
right,
the
I gotta
Horde.
keep killing things. I guess I'll keep killing things. Let's go and give our pet hounds an AoE, shall we? Okay, well, let's start with lore, because that's the easiest one to explain. So in lore, warlocks burn fel energy in order to try and accomplish things. Fel, of course, is burned from life. Lots of warlocks can burn their own life. It's actually literally an ability called Life Tap, but in order to restore their mana. But the general idea is that you rip the life out of the things around you that you are killing, and you use that to burn and cast out more spells in the future. So in other words, it's kind of self-repeating. You know, I kill you, and then that helps me to kill the next guy, which helps me to kill the next guy. Now, some warlocks will also regularly practice summoning demons, of course, because it's always a great idea. Warlocks in particular don't usually summon demons for minions. I know I have a giant demon army with me, ignore that. My point is that most warlocks specifically summon demons in order to burn their souls, in order to use them for casting. My main ability here, Demoniac, here, I'll show it off, it's this ability right here, literally flings a demon soul at someone. Just like that. Well, unfortunately, Lord Harrowmont, you have had the great misfortune of doing goblins at all the wrong times. But when Kata was live, as soon as you finished, you'd be sent to Garrosh, who would be like, "You're pathetic and worthless. Go do your job for the Horde." And he would send you to the North Gate, which, if you'll notice, is exactly where I just started, which is right up here at the North Gate. And there's the 2 quests right here, and those 2 quests are what we started on here. Boom. There's Azshara. You can also hit the message board back when the message board actually frickin' worked, which would also send you to the North Gate. Also, ignoring the obvious gameplay flow, which is not what I was referencing at all, the narrative of the Goblin story arc goes directly from the Goblin starter zones to Azshara, where the Goblins are running around constantly trying to find their place within the Horde, and to make sure that they are earning their keep in the eyes of a very unforgiving war chief, which is Hellscream. Anyways, so yeah, warlocks, they burn fel. Fel is kind of like what the dark side over in Star Wars is really supposed to be. And I phrase it that way very particularly. It is very easy to learn, and it is extraordinarily hard to master. It is the kind of thing that will absolutely burn you inside and out if you don't know what you're doing. It's why I made that not actually a joke yesterday of, there's only 2 kinds of warlocks. Successful warlocks who have the discipline, skill, and general fortitude in order to be able to manage the extremely dangerous powers they deal with on a daily basis, and dead warlocks, who are usually fuel for other warlocks. You may or may not notice we do a lot of shadowy-looking spells, too. That's not actually void, to be very clear. As we've mentioned yesterday, it is possible to cast ice, or fire, or void, or shadow, all from the source of fel. The result doesn't necessarily infer the source. It's one of the reasons why shamans can cast ice, just like mages can cast ice, right? Actually, yeah, exactly, Savacom. Mateus is arguably a warlock in Warcraft terms. Leon is a warlock who has no idea what he's doing. Poor Leon. Oh, I feel bad doing that to him. Anyways, so that's all in lore. That's easier to explain. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to turn in a couple quests.
Loktar. Dab.
You smell of fresh kill.
Strength.
Meat, and lots of it. This'll keep bellies full as we build our arsenal.
For the Horde. Go for
Excellent. As their scouts fail to report in, Telrendus will feel the terror they've tried in vain to inflict upon us.
Go with honor.
You found something in one of the bodies. Give it here.
Dab.
He squints at the parchment, turning it around in the light. No, I can't make sense of it either, but I don't like what I see. Are these arcane runes? I'll need you to deliver this to an expert.
Strength.
Our Blood Elven allies have been examining the runes marked on this map, and likely can understand this mysterious script. Seek out the one called Maljena Sky Reaver. She conducts her research from the Orgrimmar Rocketway Exchange just north of here.
Double.
If you're paying attention, that's 2 go-to quests we've gotten to the same spot. It's almost like we actually have good quest design in Kata. It's very strange. Because remember, the removal of all gameplay friction only leads to positives!
Baladash Malinore. We will have justice.
So there's all kinds of the usual elements, but I like to use a different word to describe the deeper stuff. Now that's my term, but I like to call them fundaments. So we've got the elements, which is, you know, fire, ice, earth, water, wind, lightning. God, I'm trying to think what else. You know, it's the usual stuff, right? It's the usual affair. Shadow, light. But then there's the fundaments, which are underneath those. People like to debate this because of some stupid things I really don't want to go into, but the fundaments are order, that's arcane, light, void, spell, death, and nature. I think that's all of them. I think I'm missing spirit in that. Yeah, and spirit. Sorry, I missed spirit. I still feel like I'm missing one, but I think that's all of them. Yeah, I'm definitely missing one. Doesn't matter. Point being, that's your fundaments. Those are the things that are underneath those, you know. So light can cast fire, but also fel can cast fire, but also arcane can cast fire, but also shamanistic can cast fire. Now, Lord Hermod is about to link one of the images from the Chronicles book. In fact, there's actually 2 of those. Now, what's really funny about those is that I'm trying to find another image here. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Can I just skip that? So, they came out with this thing called the Warcraft Chronicles. The Warcraft Chronicles are supposed to be an out-of-universe, from the perspective of real life, look at how the structure of the setting worked. And so a lot of us bought the Chronicles books based on the precepts that was the actual, you know, order of things. That's how things worked. That was the structure of things. Then they decided to just sort of retcon that and say, no. That's all Titan propaganda in universe and not a book that was intended to be for you to read, the player. And that is immeasurably irritating. Anyway, so the original picture, which I believe is this one. Hang on. No, I need the other original. Here's the original picture. So we had light, life, disorder, order, death, and shadow. And that was the original image. And that makes sense. That made perfect sense. Everything lined up and everything was nice and neat and orderly. Then they're like, no, it's totally different thing. So now it's death, order, light, shadow, disorder, life, which then has like other stuff under it and has nothing to do with anything. It doesn't even consider things like, you know, the elemental planes, and has nothing to do with anything. It also mentions the Great Cycle. I have no idea what that is. Pretty much, Savacom. Yeah, exactly, Blade Joel. What? What? Okay. God dang it. So anyways, I'm gonna kind of throw all that out the window, if that's okay with you guys. Because this is one of the reasons I've actually noticed in some of my comments, some people have been correcting me on some of this stuff. It's because it's... At this point, it's essentially debatable what the order of the setting is. I'm going to keep going based off the stuff that was in the Chronicles book, because that was what it was sold as, and that's what it was written as. Anyways, here's the image that... Hang on just a second. This is a JPEG, this is a JPEG. Give me a minute, give me a minute. Okay, here's the image. Behold, here's the order of the universe. Okay, I'm obviously joking. Here, this. So it's very vertical because it was designed for the book. So this isn't very readable. So I'm going to expand this again so you can actually see what I'm talking about here. Okay. So there you go. So we have light, life, disorder, order, death, and shadow. Now, I use slightly different image terminology to make this a little bit more clear because remember, a lot of things can cast shadow magic, including a warlock. But what there's a difference between shadow magic, the element, and then the fundament of void, which is at the bottom there. We have death on the right, order on the left, that's arcane. Up here we have life, which leads to nature and spirit and water. Disorder, which is fell up there. And of course we have light, which is holy, and Minaro and stuff like that. That's it. That's the fundament. Oh yeah, and in the middle, of course, we've got reality. Notice they also show off the Emerald Dream and the Shadowlands connected there. I actually strongly suspect this is one of the biggest reasons why they changed this entire chart is because the Shadowlands in the original canon, and if you noticed, we've gone to the Shadowlands like 5 times now. Just in the course of these quests, the Shadowlands was originally just a subplane of the planet. It was just the land of the dead. It was the planet, but you're dead now, right? There was no other place you went to, and they're like, wait, we need to make the Shadowlands their whole separate thing. It needs to be a whole. It's got to have blackjack and hookers. It's going to be great. And so, what they did was they completely retconned the whole thing and changed it into this instead. So, if you'll notice, now the middle is not reality, it's the Great Cycle, whatever the hell that means. Decay, earth, air, water, fire, and spirit have been reorganized and pushed into the middle. And of course, we've got death, which is now its own completely separate thing. Not undeath, not necromancy, just death. Light and order are still there, of course. Order is on fire for some reason. Don't even ask me about that. Shadow, disorder, and life. And there's other things here. I don't want to go full down the rabbit hole. I really don't. Yeah, this is from the perspective of the brokers, and they've... like... I'm sorry for sounding so just disinterested, but I cannot put into words how much I do not give a damn about the idea that there's like 6 afterlives, each of which is run by one of the different fundaments of reality. You know, with their own internal structure and just garbage. It was already bad enough that the Shadowlands itself, which was one afterlife, already has like 50 afterlives in it. Excuse me, an infinite number of afterlives within it. Because it's infinite, it's so huge. It's a multiverse with trillions and billions of... God, people have no sense of scale. Anyways, sorry, getting off topic. Point being... let's go ahead and grab that one. Yeah, the original chart makes perfect sense and also fits the overwhelming majority of the game. The new chart came out in Shadowlands. We all know exactly how much respect I have for Shadowlands. Anyways. So sorry, massive derailment. How does a Warlock play differently from a gameplay perspective? So obviously I'm playing Demonology, which is pet focused. So I've got my main pet. At the moment I have the tank pet. I also have a caster pet if I feel like doing more damage. Eventually I have a CC pet if I feel like doing PvP. And eventually I have the no really pet. I'm not sure when I get that pet actually. Hang on. I might get him as a talent? Yeah, I think that's it right there. No, that's wrong. When do I get my tyrant? Do I already have it? Oh, I do. Ah! Okay, sorry. I didn't realize I already had this ability. Let me switch this around a little bit. Okay, so here's my pets. So this is the tank pet. He is exactly what it sounds like. He has an AoE heal. He's actually a drain. So an AoE drain, an AoE... oh, sorry. All of his attacks generate threat, and he also has a straight-up taunt. We've got the Imp, Yes, it does, Blades Revolve, funnily enough. So the imp, as you might imagine, just looks like an imp. Who just vanished. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Sorry, I've got a lot of imps. It's this imp on the left here. So he's got your basic Firebolt. There's not much to him. He's got a couple other things, but that's his basic attack. Firebolt. Cool. Let's go ahead and summon our CC/PvP mount, which you will never see me use again. God, she's so small. Probably because I'm a goblin. So she has Whiplash, which is a reduced movement speed and increased damage taken. And Lash of Pain, which is just an attack that does damage. As usual, Blade Tribal. Yes. Not even joking. Like this, there's no bias here. Shadowlands really, if you just ejected it from reality, the number of things you'd have to retcon is like 3. And I can only think of 2 off the top of my head. I know there's 3, because we've talked this out before, but there's Anduin's Trauma, which could easily be adjusted to be the stuff from Legion. And then there's the Vanishing of Sylvanas, which would require its own story to explain. And then, oh, and obviously the removal of the 3rd Lich King. So there you go, there's your 3 things. Anyways. Then we have the real pet we're going to use for the rest of the game as a demo. Those other ones are site-specific, those are situational. This guy is the guy you use all the time. He has a charge, which he can use in combat. He's got a big ol' hit, which is a Mortal Strike, so it reduces the healing that they take. And he's got an AoE, which looks like this. It actually does a lot of damage. Oh, by the way, he also has an Axe Toss, which is like an interrupt and a stun. So yeah, he's your main pet as a demo. But as a demo, you'll also get all kinds of other pets, like, for example, the imps, which are being popped out regularly. We've also got the Dreadstalkers. I can eventually get a Bile Scourge Bombers, which is like what they sound like. Eventually, I can also get a Demonic Tyrant. I can get a Felguard. I can get a Vile Fiend, and I feel like there's another one somewhere. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Hero Talents. And then when you get to Hero Talents, you can get even more pets. Of course I will, look at them. That's what I've been doing. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure. Anyways. So, obviously, Demo is very, very, very pet-focused. A lot of what you do is something to work alongside or with the pet. For example, I don't think I even have the ability on my bar at the moment. Hang on a sec. Obviously, I can drain life from my enemies, and then I can use that life to heal the pet. The imps, it actually keeps track of how many imps I have out at any given point in time right there, and I can fling my imps as bombs at the enemy. I can summon Dreadstalkers. I've already done that a few times. That consumes soul shards. I can also fling the Hand of Gul'dan, which summons imps. So this uses soul shards to summon imps. This uses soul shards to summon Dreadstalkers. I can use imps to blow up on the enemy, and both of these give me procs to use Demon Bolt instantly, which generates soul shards to keep the cycle going. Make sense? There's other stuff I can do too. We're only level 22 here, so we're at the very beginnings of the build. But you can see, as usual, at level 20, you've got most of the core mechanics of the build going. You get the general idea. I've never run into that problem, Blade Taval, but I'm sure theoretically it's possible if you had like a raid of 40 warlocks. So that's Demo. We've also got Affliction and Destruction. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember how these are. I'm saying that wrong. I don't know how these are now, because I've never played Affliction or Destruction post-Dragonflight. Destruction used to be awesome. It used to be basically a tank fire mage. You had an ability where you wouldn't have a pet at all. Instead, you would constantly use your fire dots and fire abilities to proc abilities, which would allow you to heal and tank, and you'd have this constant regen going simply by existing. It was really fun. I loved Destro. This was back in Pandaria, specifically. Over in Affliction, Affliction was kind of weird, but very fun. So the way Affliction used to work is you'd set up dots, and I mean like 4 or 5 dots on a target, and then you'd have a channel ability, which you just channel on them, which escalates the dot ticks, making the dots tick down much, much faster. And once you did that, that would give you the resource to then reapply the dots and then start the channel again. And so it would be like, and melt. And so your DPS would be kind of wonky, because it's not burst in the traditional sense, but it's kind of bursty. Because, you know, you'd be taking tons and tons of damage from the dots, and then all of a sudden it would just all kind of happen very, very quickly. Again, that was how it used to be. I don't know how it is now. It was kind of a unique, well, maybe unique's the wrong word. It was a fun way to do a build-up payoff kind of a thing. Okay. But for now, we're going to do demo for a little bit longer. Or we could try to change right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's be Destro. Aflock, Destrock, and Demo. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Okay. So we probably, if nothing's changed, we probably want the imp out. I mean, Aflock could absolutely burn bosses, melt bosses during burn phases. It was very, very fun. Okay, we're going to get the live abilities as we usually do. We've got Mortal Coil, and Fortitude, and Wrathful Minion. But over here, so we've got Conflagurate. Triggers an explosion, does damage, generates 5 soul shards. And it's got a cooldown and okay, that's interesting. Incinerate is back, of course. Rain of Fire, of course. Conflagurate reduces cast time of next Incinerate, Cast Bolt, or Soulfire. With charges, no less. Havoc. Okay, I never liked Havoc, so we're not going to do that. And so we're going to do Passive Havoc. Oh, what else have we got here? Oh, Cataclysm. Cataclysm sucked at certain points in its history. It's a big AoE, but like, it's a way to spread Immolate. We'll go ahead and grab it. We'll play around with it. What do I got over here? Conflagurate increases Immolate, Incinerate, and Conflag. Oh no, definitely the additional charge. Always get the additional charges. Let's see. Yeah, it's an AoE that it's an AoE dot spreader. It just puts Immolate on everything in an area. We don't even have Conflagurate on the board, do we? Physical attacks on you have a chance to make your next Incinerate instant cast. That's basically the balance ability. Increased damage of Immolate and its duration. Backdraft increases damage of your next cast bolt and increases your crit chance. Oh, wow. We're going to go with that for now. Let's play around with this. Let's see how this feels. Okay, so we've got our AoE spreader. We'll put that over there. There's Conflagurate. We'll leave that there. There's our bread and butter. Actually, let's do this like this. No, like that. There we go. And yeah, back in vanilla, you had to actually do a quest to get certain, and by certain I mean all pets. Like, there was a quest associated with getting each of the pets. For the record, I actually kind of missed that. I think that was kind of a cool thing. I kind of get why they don't do it now, because, you know, you just level so fast. Is that everything? Yes. Okay, cool. We'll play with this for a bit, see how it feels.
We will persevere. Salama.
I trust this interruption is with regards to something important.
Be ready for anything.
What? Give me that in an instant. Agtor's correct. These are arcane rooms. They've been scouting out magical sites? Experimenting with the arcane arts? This is a marked departure from thousands of years of Night Elven history. Humph! The idea they'll ever achieve any competence in this field, even those who once counted themselves amongst the highborn, is absurd. She puts aside the scroll dismissively, but her face is furrowed with concern.
Remember the sun well.
I wouldn't worry about that. We'll definitely not follow through on that plot thread later.
Go! Go!
You look at the most state-of-the-art mining operation in the world. Only rubes would bother to tunnel under a mountain to get at the minerals below. We moved the whole mountain. Now we can just scoop up the metals right off the ground.
Move it!
Very goblin. You here to help? Excellent. Here, sign this indemnity waiver. And this non-compete clause. All right, let's get you started.
On your way.
We moved this whole mountain to strip mine the minerals below, but what we didn't take into consideration was the subterranean basilisks that are now terranean. You look like you got some initiative. Go in there and kill some of those nuisances. I'll dip into our petty cash fund for you.
Careful out there. Hit the road.
Workers act like it's their job to complain. If it ain't the back-breaking labor, the long hours, of the low pay, it's being turned into stone. It's always something. I'm thinking maybe this whole workers to stone business could be a big moneymaker. What if those guys are now high-quality stone? My whiny employees could be worth more to me as luxury building materials than as labor.
Careful out there.
In the rear with the gear. Sorry. One moment, please.
What's up?
Mountainfoot iron's a brittle alloy, but with the right bribes, it meets goblin safety standards. I'm sorry, I'm going to say that that sentence one more time. It's a brittle alloy, but with the right bribes, it meets goblin safety standards. Zignable here is having trouble on the production end of things, but that doesn't change any of the deadlines. I got a quota to fill. Head down to the Mountainfoot strip mine and gather up any ingots you can. Should be plenty of it ready for smelting and shipment. I know a lot of people like the goblin theme, myself included, consequently. I am, however, the weirdo because I also like the gnomish theme.
Keep your ear to the ground.
I think I'm going to jot down a humor. Oh my god, I didn't give any humor positives to Kazan. What is wrong with me? Okay, I'll jot this down for an audit. Humor, Kazan. How's the Goblin Starter Zone? Yeah, no, this is why I don't like not catching up on paperwork for long periods of time, because things slip through the cracks when I do that. So I spent an hour this morning trying to get caught up on that. Come on, let's go. You're coming with me, buddy. Oh, I can't mount while doing it? What? What? What a jip. Fine. So do I burn? Oh yeah, I burn it on Chaos Bolt, don't I? Boom. So, Warlock is very much a builder spender. Oh, there's a lot of builder spenders in Blizzard games. But I want to kind of show off just how big Chaos Bolt can really get. So give me a second to build for a moment. As you notice, we're now doing fire damage because we're, again, Fel. Fel likes fire damage. Go figure. You'll also notice since we have no tank, we have officially shifted over into kill it before we die territory. You'll also notice it generates soul shards slower. That's because its payoff is bigger than what Demo did. Demo spends its shards in order to summon pets constantly. It's like a constant thread of new pets being summoned. The Chipper Shredder, right? Destro's not quite the same. A couple more. Looks like 3 more. Something like that. Yeah, I'm actually curious why I don't have the green flame right now. Unless there's someone I have to talk to get that. It's been a long time. My Warlock has been green flame for forever at this point. Okay, we now have full soul shards. Let's go ahead and show off what Chaos Bolt can really do. First of all, it looks like this. And it does that. He did. I love the sound of it too. It's not often I actually like sound effects when it comes to the spells in this game, because for the most part they're just, you know, decent stuff in the background. You know, like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just gotta hear it a little bit in the background. But here, there's this nice bassy whoosh when you cast Demon Bolt. Here, listen. And yeah, dead. Big old nuke with a dot effect. And if you are paying attention, we've already got some synergy abilities with it. Furthermore, there's another aspect to it. So you probably can't read that, but what it says is the damage is increased by your crit strike chance. In other words, Destro Warlocks are uniquely incentivized to prioritize crit chance because it increases the damage of one of their big spenders. Nope, that wrong button. Ah! Trying to look at my talents here, game. God. Oh, for God's sake. Go away, go away. Unfortunately, no. Not by default, I should say, Dakota. It's not like Star Trek Online, where that exact thing happens. Hey, Twister. Okay, hang on. So Conflagrate, which I haven't even used yet, but Conflagrate reduces the cast time of Chaos Bolt. That's cool. Backdraft increases the damage of Chaos Bolt. Eternal Combustion. Chaos Bolt consumes up to 5 of your Immolite's damage over time effects, instantly doing that much damage. Increase the damage of Chaos Bolt by 10% and reduce its cast time by half a second, just generically. And then Consuming Ritual of Ruin summons an Overfiend, which generates a Soul Shard fragment every second and casts Chaos Bolt at 80% effectiveness at its summoner's target. Jesus. Yeah, a lot of... so there's one big way in which FF14... There's actually 15 big ways, but there's one big way in which FF14 and WoW differ very, very much when it comes to their class design. Most specs in WoW tend to center around one ability, or in some cases 2 abilities. You know, stuff that kind of leans in and out of itself, if that makes any sense. We've actually already shown that off a little bit, like, for example, the imps that are constantly being summoned as a Demo lock, or the Chaos Bolt as a Destro lock. That's not always true, of course. But you could see how there's definitely your signature abilities, for lack of whatever. And yeah, Tor did the same thing. Whereas in FF14, you just get more and more abilities, and like, I wouldn't consider anything particularly endemic to a Paladin, for example. Even Dragoons have multiple types of jumps, and frankly, that's not really all that significant when it comes to what a Dragoon is, as weird as that sounds. Alright, let's go grab a stonified miner here. Ah, you'll do. Come here, come here. Come here. Oh. There we go. She looks like she's having a good time. I would say Gul'dan is primarily Destruction, excuse me. I keep using acronyms without meaning to. Or shortened, you know what I mean. Shorthand. Gul'dan is probably Destruction. He is very, very focused on tremendous amounts of fel output constantly. Now, I'm primarily going off of alternate Gul'dan there. I'm not sure what original Gul'dan was like. I mean, nobody cares about him anyways, right?
Yo.
Did you get my shipment together?
Keep it real.
Well done. When it comes to iron, always pick quantity over quality.
Glad I could help.
Is that? Okay.
Don't waste my time. Hit the road.
Alright. Let's take a look at what we got. He examines the shattered remains of the poor petrified miner. Bah! Crumbly! Useless! Wouldn't even make a good countertop. My miners may be mediocre workers, but they make lousy bricks. I suppose we should refleshify these guys so I can get some return on my investment.
On your way.
There's gotta be a way to reverse the Basilisk's stonification. Those irritating night elf saboteurs who've been lurking around my mind know something we don't. They seem to be immune to the gaze of the beast. Why don't you find out that secret? Pick off a few of the Talandra saboteurs skulking around the rear of the mine. Get a sample of whatever charm or ding-dong they give us, and radio me from the main forge when you're successful.
Move it. On your way.
Yeah, Demo was a weird one. Should have been the Skull of Gul'dan, I'm just saying. Sorry. Just checking what Backdraft does. It does exactly what I thought it did. You know, I guess we should be thankful that Garrosh was super cool with having tons and tons of goblins working for him. It means he had a whole lot of crappy weapons, material, and resources for his war machine. Ah, is that you? Still alive? You aren't trashing my explosive stockpiles, are you? No, my imp is doing that. You say you found a crystal clear pendant. That makes perfect sense. A perfect prism would refract the gaze. We can use this to our advantage. Time to drop some science. If that prism of yours is tuned to refract a basilisk's gaze, we can use its crystal properties to reverse the process. All we need is a source of power. In the weapons cabinet, you'll find some prototype laser mining drill. I loved that thing. But the near daily dismemberment's got to be a real bother. Grab the drill. Swap out the lens with that crystal of yours. Zolkiel was cool, but yeah, like, here's some random new guy you've never heard of as the skull that floats around you and is your weapon as a Demo Warlock. And it's like, come on, guys. Let's see. There's a bunch of experimental broken devices, some of which still have goblin limbs attached. Cool. That probably smells really gross. However, there's a laser drill lovingly ensconced in a velvet-lined wooden case. We pop out the lens assembly and slide the crystal into place, and the weapon hums ominously. Hey, I'm Dumia. You got that gun? Good. Don't point it directly at your eye. I usually don't point guns at my own eye. Thank you. Aim that baby at my stonified workers, and the reflecting light should reverse it. Or melt them. Whatever. Return my workers to a state of profitability. And if the refleshification process makes them go crazy nuts, they should be killed for insurance purposes. What? Oh god, Warrior. Do not even get me started about Warrior. Let's see, you can have swords of, like, Helya and Odin. Okay. Stromkar. Okay. Or some random-ass sword and shield that, like, was made from one of Deathwing's scales, apparently. Or Neltharion scales, I guess I should say. That's, like, that's your lot. What's that? Like using Lothar's weapon or whatever? No. Nobody knows who Lothar is. Don't be stupid. Here, go lick Odin's boots a little bit more, would you? Ah! Why? Sorry, I'm still salty years later. Warriors really got it in the pants when it came to Legion. I've often been asked why I'm so positive about Legion, considering I mained a warrior in Legion, but the reason why is because Legion was a really freaking good expansion. You know, it's not... I'm not so petty as to think less about the entire expansion just because they screwed over the class that I was using as a main at the time. Oh, there's our Fell Hunter. So, Fell Hunters, which we will never use again. There they are. Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? Ahem. They can do shadow damage. They can purge a beneficial effect from an enemy. If they do that, they will be healed and gain Fell energy. And they can counter spell. So there's your other PvP pet, which we will never use again because of the words PvP. Let's switch to the Playwalker. So, famous in-lore examples of Affliction or Demo. Well, actually, we do see several lesser Demo locks all over the place. Yeah, that's actually true, Ross. I might be wrong. Who knows? It would not be the first time this year. Oh, it's surprisingly restful. Yeah, I guess being petrified would be. I'm coming up blank, so hang on. Let's look up some significant warlocks. There's actually a list of those. Let's see. So, Archimond, he's all Destro, 100%. Kil'jaeden? Kil'jaeden feels more... I don't know. Not Destro. I'd have to think about that. Gul'dan is all Destro. That's easy. Alternate Gul'dan, yep. Terran Gorfiend, he barely counts as anything. But if Gorfiend was anything, he would be Affliction. A bunch of people no one would ever know the names of. And then Wilfred Fizzlebang, who is, of course, Demonology. Wow, this is a terrible list of warlocks. I have a hard time thinking of Ner'zhul as a warlock, which I know sounds strange, but, you know, does he qualify as one? Part of the problem is that Affliction is more or less literally built out of the bones of what was originally postulated to be a Necromancer class. And I say that so vaguely because that's not like what you'd call 100% confirmed. It's not like they were like, all right, we're going to make a Necro. Wait, we changed our minds. It's more like they were thinking about making a Necro class. And then they made Warlock, and they're like, why don't we just bake these in? And over the years, that just became more and more of a thing. Like a fairly large amount of Necromancer-style abilities and Death Knight abilities were actually originally Warlock abilities. Hey, Crazy Nurse. There's just no petrified people right now. Oh, they're all down here, of course. Yeah, you guys should quit and go form a union. No, seriously, go form a union. That way the Vulpera can break it up in a few expansions. Anyways, thank you, Ross, for the sub, as always. Yeah. Giving Metamorphosis to Demon Hunters vaguely irritated me. I'm not gonna lie. Did anything of interest happen to me at the awards? No. I didn't see anything interesting at the awards. I'm sure lots of other people did, because I've heard a lot of people jazz about it. I am not one of those people. Yeah, a friend of mine actually did the Vulpera unlock quest not too long ago, and was like, holy crap. This just feels like someone venting about something they've been dealing with in the office. And given the time frame, that wouldn't surprise me. Did I actually watch any of it, Bleachable? No. What possible motivation would I have to actually watch it? I have so little time as is that I was literally an hour late today because I was trying to catch up on paperwork. I'm not going to be able to take a lunch break. I'm going to have to actually go to the post office in order to pick up a package. When would I watch the Game Awards? Oh yeah, the fact that Astro Boy won vaguely just amuses me on several levels. For reasons I can only refer to as bitter. Lufia to R. Fire Emblem, 3 houses. Yakuza, Like a Dragon. Done.
Makes sense.
So imagine Mario Galaxy, but it's on the PlayStation 5. That's Astro Boy. And that's more or less why it irritates me so much. Like, congratulations, Sony, you've caught up to like 15 years ago where Nintendo was at. Now, in fairness, Mario Galaxy is a fun game, and by all accounts, Astro Boy is a fun game, but like, if that's the standard for Game of the Year, that's pathetic. That's actually pathetic. Oh, by the way, Astro Boy is also, like, unabashedly corporate, I think is what I'm going to refer to. Like, it's Astro Boy itself is a freaking PS5. It's actually a living PS5 that just runs around helping PlayStation-y stuff. And it's like... yeah, it has no identity at all. It is the PlayStation game. Contrasting, oh, I don't know, Mario Galaxy. Game of the Year. Okay. I'm happy that it's a fun game, and by all accounts, it is a fun game, but really? Okay.
Move it!
Ah, good. Now we can get these slackers back to work. You've earned a cut of the profits, minus the usual company fee, of course.
Hit the road!
Hey, apparently Harrison Ford showed up like a corpse. I don't even know details. I just know he showed up, and apparently people were blown away by how old he is. I guess people haven't seen him in movies lately, because, yeah, he's getting up there.
Go, go!
Oh, have I got a deal for you. Immerse yourself in foreign cultures, go on epic adventures, blow up things, and get paid to do it? Sound too good to be true? Well, that's not. That's what we do. Be interested, head over to Galliwick's defense post. Sure.
Move it!
I can do that. Oh yeah, since obviously I have a flying mount, but you know what? Back in the day we had something else, which I should show off. Yeah, Hades 2 came out this year, but no. Astro Boy. FF7R2 came out this year. No. Astro Boy.
Got the best deals anywheres.
Sure.
New shipments coming in soon.
Oh, is this not a...
Time is money,
There
friend.
we go. I need to go to this one. So, this isn't actually a flight path. It's kind of a fake flight path. Woo! Oh, apparently Infinite Wealth came out this year. I didn't even know that. But no, Astro Boy. Whee! Yeah, it's literally a flavor flight path. It has no... Wait. We're okay. It's not going to explode on me. Right? Game. Ah, there we go. Okay. It let me go. I'm free. Sometimes it explodes. It might be specific based on the outpost you're going to. I'm not actually sure. One time it actually went... Yeah, right into the ground, right next to where you landed. It was great. Anyway, I look forward to the LGAs. If you haven't voted, make sure to vote. You can type !vote in order to get links to that.
Well, spit it out.
Latest recruit, huh? I'll make this short and sweet. We're under contract to keep the Naga in the ruins from reaching Galliwick's or his property. You handle whatever we ask of you. I'll see to it you get paid when all the rounds are complete. Welcome to the Bilgewater Battalion.
Hey, I got your back.
First things first. We need more... If you don't know what the LGAs are, then I have completely failed at my job, Crazy Norse. We need more supplies for you and the other recruits. There are some perfectly good standard issue packs in the bodies of our latest round of recruits. Take their lessons to heart. I'd recommend avoiding stepping on the mines yourself.
Security, enforcement, extortion. We do it all.
We've lost contact with Sergeant Dynamo, stationed in the next ridge to the northwest. They're probably overrun. He had a last SFG. Go over there, get it back. Clear out the Naga that have broken through while you're there.
If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Quickly!
Hey, bud. You like explosions? Of course he doesn't like explosions. I got mortars set up on the ridge to the east to hold the Naga back. Go forth, recruit. Mortar them. Mortar them all!
Careful out there.
The quest objective literally says, Spite Lash attackers blown to bits. So we don't have any quests going up here, so I want to show this off. So this is a giant monument to Galliwick's. They carved his face into the mountainside. And this is Galliwick's pleasure palace. It's, I think we go here for a rogue quest, and that's it. It's, yeah.
Yo!
Keep your ear to the ground.
To my knowledge, the face has never gone away. They've never updated Azshara to put that in different terminology. I hope they do at some point, so they can blow this stupid thing up. Galliwick's. Remember, rich people always win. They always have. I haven't shown off Cataclysm yet. Here's what Cataclysm looks like. Now, that looks unimpressive, I'm sure, but it also made sure that all of them are now burning from a dot. Means I can do things like this, and this, and this. Now they're dead. Oh, I guess I should get my SFG. Surface-to-face grenade is specifically what the name of that means. Your guess is as good as mine, Crazy Norse. And I legitimately don't have an answer for you. Like, even back in the day, we had an NPC whose name I, of course, can't remember right now, who was a much better pick than just Gallywix. Hey, look, a bunch of Naga. Hi, Naga. Sup? No, not Noggenfucker. It was a woman. I can't remember her freaking name. She was in Orgrimmar for the longest time. I'm not sure she is anymore. We did also have Gazlo, but, you know, we're only finally getting that, like, now. For some stupid reason. I guess I should stop killing all these guys. I guess. Alright, let's go grab these. Now, apparently we need to avoid the mines or something like that. Oh, God! Got it. Avoid the mines. I can do that. Hey, pet, avoid the mines. No, avoid them. Oh my God, pet, work with me here. Go to name, you know. Yeah, well, I ain't saying your name because I'm not memorizing it. I don't actually know, Lord Harrimont. Truth be told. Does anyone know if you can, like, tell if you've already voted on a specific series of votes on the site I use? Thanks, pet. Appreciate you. No. Stay here. Just stay there. If you can't vote twice, then you're good, Lord Harrimont. I do have it set up to IP track, but I do that for every vote. And that may or may not affect you depending on how your setup is, so who knows. We all know those bots are trying to make sure that Starfield wins Best Game of the Year, even though it wasn't even in the nominations. Yeah. I don't mean to sigh quite so much, but yeah, there's plenty of stuff in Kata, which is still very much Horde bad guys, Alliance good guys. There's stuff that is more nuanced than that, and there's stuff that's everyone's bad guys. But they definitely had the Horde... They definitely still had the writers who were Horde or bad guys people. I mean, we just saw that with Sylvanas, for God's sakes, right? He was like, I'm going to horribly blight the entire area that I am trying to conquer. Which makes no sense from two separate perspectives. First of all, if she wants the port, she can't use it if she blights it. Second of all, she is trying to claim the port for Garrosh, who has explicitly forbid her from using the blight. So if she doesn't care about morality, but cares about not getting caught by Hellscream, then maybe, like, she shouldn't, you know, do something that is extremely obviously apparent against his will. But, of course, nobody thought about that because they're the Horde and they're evil at this point in time. Or good, or in between, depending on which of the 15 writers were writing Kata. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm not exaggerating when I say that the Kata writers really were not paying attention to what the other Kata writers were doing. They were all just doing their own little things in their own little bubbles. And that's the problem.
I get no respect around here.
Where's my rocket launcher?
Don't try anything stupid.
Quick work there, recruit. She's a beaut, ain't she? Assembled her myself. I got special plans for this baby.
You ever need anything, you know where to find me.
Nothing wrong with recycled
Get
goods.
lost, will ya?
You're a light-footed bugger, aren't you? Good work. Here's a few of the supplies to keep you lively.
This gig ain't so bad.
What?
Can you believe they pay us to do this?
Move it.
I know, right? We get paid to blow up Naga with bombs. This is the life right here. So the last time I saw the Volpera Unlock quest was actually over a year ago now. And, yeah, they had to pull in Gazlo for that. And yeah, it was pretty solidly union busting. It wouldn't surprise me if they got rid of that, though. And for once, I'd be okay with that. It was kind of scummy.
Yo, can I help you with something?
Like, one of the things we did for the orcs was, we gave them a meaningless title. And it literally didn't matter who you gave it to. The actual gameplay of the quest was pick a random orc and promote that orc so that they'll all shut up and go back to work. It came with no additional pay and no additional anything. It was just a title. And it was like, really? Okay. Cool. Like I said, my friend who was going through it was like, I wonder how much venting went into this quest. How is that going? Hang on. Before I open my stupid gob and say something I'm not sure about, I'm going to look something up here. So that was July. Okay, looks like it has actually formalized. I was just making sure. So, earlier this year, they moved to make what's referred to as a wall-to-wall union at Blizzard. And it has been ratified, and it does exist. It's WoW GG CWA, the World of Warcraft Game Makers Guild. Now, this is significant for a lot of reasons. First of all, having a freaking union at Blizzard, yes, thumbs up. Second of all, having another union at a major company in general, yes. Third of all, having a major union at a game industry in general, yes. But the most significant thing there, weirdly enough, is actually the fact that it's a wall-to-wall union. For those of you who don't know what that means, most unions are segregated for reasons that boil down to being union breaking. Like most unions are like, you're the union of the QA testers, or you're the union of the artists, and ostensibly the reason for that is because they have different wants and needs and desires, and we should split them up. The real reason is to mitigate the amount of power those unions have, so the unions have no power and therefore can't interrupt the business. A wall-to-wall union is everybody. It's everybody within the office. In fact, they specifically cite designers, engineers, artists, QA testers, and central programmers. So, yes. That's a great thing. Sorry, so I just wanted to mention that really quick. Because that's pretty recent. That's new as of this year. Hopefully it'll lead to some good stuff. The Naga are using those giants to stamp paths around minefields. Time to put that surface-to-face grenade to use.
Security, enforcement, extortion, we do it all.
Hey, buddy. Sorry, I know you're not a Nazi, but in the face, as they say.
Yeah? What do you want?
The literal quest dialogue says, yeah, in the face. Nice shot, kid.
Stay strong, pal. You looking at me?
Things seem to be quieting down a bit. Galux will probably keep forking over cash to keep us posted here, but I have a feeling we might be able to milk a little bit more out of the deal. The Naga and the Sea Giants aren't normally friends, so the Naga must be controlling them somehow. You take this stealth field generator, get in those ruins, and let me know if you find anything that looks real pricey.
If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
I don't need no stealth. I can fly on the Lich King's own horse. Oh, okay. Maybe I do need to stealth. Nope, never mind. We're good.
No loitering.
Sweet
Whatever
deal.
that means.
I'll get the ball rolling on this. All I need now is to find a buyer, get the go-ahead from Uncle Bedlam. Here are your wages for your work here. Excellent work, soldier.
Hey, I got your back.
Look, one last favor before you run off. Private Worcester's back at the tower, recruiting. Let him know we're good to pack it up now. Back to town. Pleasure working with you, recruit.
You ever need anything, you know where to find me.
And then immediately pull that. Whoa! I really wish there was a way to lock the window so that wouldn't happen on accident. It's not the first time that's happened. Okay, we're back. This is when someone in chat's like, hey, you can lock the windows. Yeah, if I accidentally click on the edges of the screen, and I click a little bit too far on the edge, you know, as in to the point where I'm actually dragging the window, I can drag and drop and drag and shrink, drag and expand, whatever. You change the size of the window, which I don't want to do, ever. So I really wish I could just lock that and be like, lock it in. The game's like, no, screw you.
Don't waste my time.
What? I got left out of the action? Are you serious? All right, no shooting the messenger. Thanks for the news, bud. Maybe I'll see you back in town.
Go! What's shaking?
All these cruddy ancient ruins have got to be bulldozed if we're going to see Azshara's full potential. Hey, look at my map. You see Lake Meninar? I'll tell you what I see. A future rocket fuel depot. This is just like me in every builder game I've ever played. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people who play builder games like to build stuff that, like, flows into the terrain and, like complements the terrain. I was just playing Core Keeper 2 nights ago, and my friend who I was playing it with was making fun of me for the fact that I was just completely terraforming and bulldozing everything to make nice, clean railways going from spot to spot. He's like, you could just make a path. No! It must be straight and neat and organized. I will enforce order upon this pathetic world. I mean, in the game, obviously, not really. We need an accurate lay of the land before we can clear-cut, bulldoze, landfill, and pave over that lake. All my surveyors have been spooked off by the oogly booglies. Escort one of my junior grade surveyors to the area and take readings from the equipment.
Go get him, champ.
State your business. The reckoning is...
And afraid of no ghost. The ruins around Lake Meninar to our east have a tale to tell. The lesser races, like those clumsy dwarves, would go after the truth with picks and shovels. She wrinkles her nose. We'll be using more elegant methods. My scrying magic is somewhat rusty, but with the right trinket I should be able to peer through the shrouds of time. The bones of my forefathers have long since rotted away, but some of their personal treasures may remain. Bring me some.
Shurelaran.
Oh, man, we gotta not lose this guy. So we're gonna not lose this guy. Come on! I ain't afraid of no ghost. Core Keeper, well, it's a builder, but it's not like a full tilt builder. It's a little bit more of a survival boss focused builder. So kind of like a top-down Terraria, if you're familiar with that. Okay, maybe they'll keep up. Keep up. Hey! Come on, keep up. Keep up. Keep up. Keep up. Whoa, whoa. Too fast, too fast, too fast. Okay, yeah, that's too fast. All right. That's it. Just keep up. Don't, nap, 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 nap. Ah, okay, fine. Die in a fire. I guess I can say that literally now that I'm playing Destro. Normally I say that metaphorically. Hey, take your reading. It's right here. Take it. Take it. Take the reading. God damn it. So you're not familiar with Terraria, is what that sounds like to me. Okay, maybe it's over here. Should be like right here. Oh. Nope. Hey, take your frickin' reading. Why is this over here? These grounds are not yours. Dude, you're dead. Piss off. That's fair, prisoners. We've been enjoying Core Keeper quite a bit, but it was very much a came out of absolutely nowhere game for us. I kind of wish it was a little bit more buildy, and by that I mean I wish it was more like Factorio. But I also wish that about a lot of games, so don't take that for anything. Like, for example, I recently discovered, well, okay, about 3 or 4 game sessions ago, I discovered what boulders are and how to set up automated drill setups, to get automated drill setups on them. That's cool. But what I really want to do is be able to have an automated drill setup that then dumps the ore into a smelter, which then dumps the smelted ore into a railway, which then delivers it to our main base. That is not possible. Like I said, it's not quite that buildy. What I can do is I can set up the smelter on the spot and have it deliver the ore to the smelter and then have it smelted, but I still have to manually go out there and get that. So I've been laying down a whole lot of trackways, basically a highway, throughout a whole bunch of it. A whole bunch of the area, a whole bunch of the map. And that's been most of my focus, is building the highway so we can get around faster. What's actually funny is we've kind of run into a weird problem with tin. We have, I want to say, 3 different gold nodes. These all spawn randomly, by the way. And like 2 separate iron nodes, and 2 separate copper nodes, and 1 tin node. Really frustrating. Also, yeah, where's my Dragon Quest Builders 3 square? Let me guess, it's not profitable. Ugh. Whatever. That's a good question, Crazers. I assume it's kind of built for co-op, but I also have never played it with less than 2 people. Yeah, I want to be mad at Square for all the crap they've been shoveling out lately, but at the same time, I kind of can't be, because I like it when companies try things. I like it more when companies succeed at things.
The eternal sun guides us.
Have you gotten your hands dirty for me?
Be ready for anything.
So the spirits of the dead still haunt those old stones, huh? Well, as it happens, I'm counting on their help. Let's see what the dead have to say.
We will have justice.
The runes on this ring you found are still legible. It was given to Calitha when she was granted admission to the academy. With the right spell or two, this personal trinket of hers is a gateway to her soul. Take the ring back to Lankmanar. Her spirit should now be visible to you on the shore of the water. Touch her, and the ring will allow you to see the world as she sees it, probably reliving her final hours. Probe her mind. Speak to the others and learn the secrets of
The
Lankmanar.
reckoning is
Yes,
at
we are
hand.
deliberately using arcane magic to scry on Type 2 undead, aka ghosts, in order to learn about what happened to them as they died. Oh, absolutely, Boyativo. Which Japanese company am I happiest with at the moment? I mean, honestly, the answer probably is Square, despite everything. But then again, I haven't been playing any of the Sega stuff lately, so I have no idea what Sega's doing.
What's up?
No bunch of elves can put a stop to progress. Not on my watch.
Be careful out there.
Ah, beautiful work. Now we know the area better, we can tear this one a new one.
Have a good one.
I wasn't counting Nintendo, because as usual, Nintendo is in their own bubble over there. Those ancient ruins have survived 10,000 years of wind and weather, so I bought my biggest and baddest bulldozer to flatten them. I color more green. But my dozer's been letting me down lately. The moment I drove her into the woods, her engine seized up with a spine-chilling howl. Now my engineers are telling me something clogged her valves. Go over there and inspect the engine compartment. Bring me back a sample of whatever gunk has her stalled.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, no, Nintendo would just crush. What the? Ah! Like, I'm sorry. Nintendo are actively in the middle of trying to make the world worse for every gamer on the entire planet. But at least they are still putting out some of the best games ever made.
Yeah.
Margarine's one heck of a machine, isn't she?
See you around, friend.
Busted ball bearings. Look at this stuff. Ugh, smell this stuff. My poor dozer. I consider myself a goop expert, and this goop ain't natural. It's supernatural. This is ghost goop. We're gonna need more than a mechanic.
Glad I could help.
What we need is a priest. We need to do a dozercism. Fortunately, I had a small budget set aside for the blessings of machinery. You do? Take this flare gun. Head over to Margarine. My poor, sweet, busted bulldozer. Fire off the signal one of our finest airborne priests should airdrop. You have airborne priests? Praise to the light, sister. Let's take a look here. How did you... What? Well, there's your problem. You have what we call a ghost in the machine. This calls for an old-fashioned bulldozer exorcism. Yeah, I already made that joke. Give me a hand if she gets uppity, will you? What do you... Oh, my God. Okay. We got a live one here. I cast you out, unclean spirit. Be gone! Power tool compels you. Power tool compels you. Terrific. That went down nice and clean. We blew up the... Let Klepek know the priesthood will be sending him a bill. For the light.
Yeah, what you want?
How's Margarine doing? Running like her sweet self again?
Catch you on the flip
What?
side.
What? Oh, Margarine. My sweet Margarine. Ah. He wipes a tear from his eyes, but then juts out his chin with determinations. Never again. No bulldozer deserves the fate of my Margarine. We're gonna need some industrial ghost proofing. This is a job for a top scientist, top men, and I know just the woman for the job. Look for Assistant Greeley at this house. Assistant Greeley? Hey, that's a name that sounds familiar. Oh, you missed it, Evo. Go watch the VOD. Go watch the VOD right now. Quick. Like, rewind 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Rewind 5 minutes. Do it, Evo. Someone tell Eva how to rewind, because I don't know how to do it either. Oh yeah, just someone clip that. That would work too. No, that's it. Start a clip, Evo, and then it'll give you the like the last couple of minutes of the VOD, and then you can just watch it there. Ugh. When I take over the world and fix Twitch, that's something I'm going to add. The ability to just rewind live. I know, Evo. Yeah, if I streamed on YouTube, you could just rewind right there, boom. It is probably the one and only thing that YouTube does better about streaming. Because everything else is just garbo. Oh, I should do this quest first. Hello? Are you okay?
I am listening.
The Shimmering Vision does not acknowledge your presence. She is lost in her own world, reacting to events that played out thousands of years
May
ago.
the stars guide you.
Oh my god. This is the first invasion of the Burning Legion. I would say not at all these days, Crazy Doors.
Greetings.
Go through your life. Find some cover. There's no end to these things.
Ishnu Allah.
Calithra, it is done. The Sarsen Stone is fully charged and is already diverting energy from the portal. Are you still the incredible swimmer I knew all those years ago? The stone must not be found by either demons or our beloved queen. Swim to the bottom of the lake and bury the stone under the center arch. Hopefully the demonic invaders will not discover it when they raise the surrounding temple. Now go!
Be careful.
You feel the spirit's vision fades, relieved to once again feel the earth beneath your feet and the comforting rhythm of your own quickened heart. Before she died, she was charged with burying something at the bottom of the lake. A powerful artifact the archmages of Menar spent their last moments creating. No doubt Malinia would want to see the artifact, presuming it still exists. He resolved to search the bottom of the lake for the stone. Actually, ironically, no. That was part of the first invasion of the Burning Legion, which was very much about not summoning demons. Unless you count the leaders of the Night Elven people who were doing everything in their power to summon demons. It was a hell of a war. Not that I'm aware of, Crazy Norse, but there might be something I'm missing somewhere. Oh no, Azshara and her ilk were definitely on the wrong there, Sophicum. Let's summon the demons. Everyone in the back is just like, question. Can we do, like, anything else other than that? Can we not summon demons, please? Why? It gets better, Sophicum. One of the primary motivations behind one of the people summoning the demons was that she felt like the lord of all the demons would be a good husband for her. That's not a joke. Her ego really is that big.
The dark times will pass. Remember the Sunwell.
Did you discover anything at the lake? You're soaking wet.
Salama.
A Sarsen stone.
Ashalinore.
That's the stuff of legend. Let me see that. Aramdumia, Sarsen stones are used to redirect ley energy. You realize what this means. The mages of Menar weren't staying behind out of misguided loyalty. They sacrificed their lives to create this artifact in an attempt to draw energy away from the portal through which the demons were flooding. They were buying time for the rest of the world. History never recorded their deeds. What a discovery.
Shurelaran.
And yeah, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, that Klebnik, those heroes died defending Lake Menar heroes. Their selfless actions may have even saved the entire world. A memorial should be erected. Yeah, sure. I hear you. How's about a memorial fuel depot? It'll be very tasteful. It would not actually be tasteful. Alright, I get one more point to play with before we get into the fun stuff. Increased crit chance, which, remember, is a direct increase in damage of our Demon Bolt? Chaos Bolt. And the physical attacks have a chance to make us get an instant incinerate, or Rain of Fire. People affected by Rain of Fire take more damage from your fire spells. Let's go with that. I'll take a direct damage input and a proc. Yeah, I hate to say this. Sargeras is a little bit too big for our girl Azshara, but I don't think she knew that. Or cared. And yeah, apparently there's a meme I forgot to add. Or maybe somebody did add it to the LGAs. Don't summon demons! Thank you, Pillars of Snow. Always. And if you know what up to 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. Okay, the meme was there. Good. May or may not deserve to win it for the year, but I'm glad it's there. Only you can decide whether or not it wins. What's with this quest I keep seeing over here? Oh, hey, Subject 9! Remember him? No, of course you don't. He was in the Goblin Starter Zone. He was in Kazan. He still has the brain-enhancing hat on. She? My benefactors use their diminutive intellect to construct an interplanetary transport. As designed, this so-called rocket is a death trap. But I suspect a simple reengineering of the fuel catalyst semifold would render a stable mixture, providing a breathable oxygen byproduct. To implement such plans, I require the original engineering. To implement such changes, I require the original engineering plans. Locate the laboratory archives and ring the doorbell to gain entry. The plans will be held by the lab director himself, assuming he still lives. Sure. Why is everything down here on fire? You know what? I withdraw the question. Hang on. Let me get to someplace where I'm not going to get attacked while I'm writing. Oh god, I didn't mean to fall in. Haha, this is an odd place to be. Well, anyways. Jedi Fallout Order. Jedi Survivor. And Sonic Adventure 1. You got it. Thank you as always, Pillars of Snow. And also, Evo, I bow to you for managing to make the main menu and add main music to it. Congrats. Oh, yep, there's definitely fire in here. Okay, yep, nope, this place is on fire. Can confirm. Okay. We're cool, everything's cool. I'm gonna go ahead and buzz the door here. See what happens. Alright, bringing the buzzer. Are you okay, sir? You look a little bit more tentacly than most goblins usually are. Oh god. Oh god, the tentacles are still coming. Oh my god, the tentacles are still attacking. Ah! I mean, in fairness, a goblin making giant goggles just in case he gets mutated into a huge, hideous mutant is absolutely something a goblin would do. Am I wrong? Hey, look, it's Gormangon. It's because see, he's a midget. Well, sorry, I guess that's an offensive word nowadays. He is a smaller than average giant, so he's named after... No, we're done. Moving on. So here's Greeley and Hobart again. By the way, if you haven't got the reference, this is a reference to the married couple in Princess Bride.
What's shaking?
What's Clubman talking about? Haunted construction equipment? Does it look like I got time for ghost stories? I got a laboratory in the middle of a meltdown, fires burning, animals mutating, and worst of all, projects falling behind schedule.
See you around,
Did you
friend.
see the explosions on the way in? The secret lab is engulfed in flames. Again! If we don't stamp out those flames, we're going to hit a critical temperaticity and resonate into a meltdown cascade. Here, I'm entrusting you with a canister of experimental hypercooled pressurized liquid gel, the most volatile fire retardant known to science. Keep that canister away from open flame. Put out the fires and hose down my entrance, then contact me via the squawk box.
Have a good one.
What are these two doing before the storm? Yeah, that's them, Savika. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife! A little bit, Chrysanorse. But it's okay. I've got my hugger.
Big shot, huh?
Oh my god. I remember that, Bragwin. I didn't know it was these two. The Naga started making a move on the peninsula here after we finished building this rocketway terminal. There's no problem in the world that can't be solved with gratuitous firepower. All I gotta do is apply gun. And then more gun. That's what my daddy used to say. Before the accident. I'm running short on supplies, though. Do me a favor, collect the mortar shells. Yeah, sure thing.
Don't try anything stupid.
You are... okay, hang on. One sec. I need to go check something really quick here. Alright, let's go check out the secret lab. I'm not sure it's as secret as it used to be, given the fire and the screaming. Are you okay, sir? Hey. You alright? No?
What's the word on the street?
Yeah, let me try to... There you go. I should really try to burst into flames less often. Yeah, it's good advice. That's something that should happen, I think. The thing I like about Princess Bride, not to oversell it, because I've gotten really hesitant about trying to oversell things lately. Because I don't want to say it's one of the best films ever made. But the thing that works so much for The Princess Bride is that it is part parody and part completely serious adventure story. And it manages that Yakuza mix, right? It somehow manages to actually be an engaging story, but also a ridiculous, silly romp. Yeah, it is a very unique tone. Maybe unique's the wrong word. Very precise tone, I think is the word I want to use there.
Friend.
Like, it's literally a story about true love that also happens to include, all of that.
Well,
Actually, yeah, Crazy North, that's a good way to put it. Before Naked Gun turned into full parody. I was trying to domesticate the indigenous hippogriffs using a series of debilitating electric shocks, and for some reason they went berserk! Now my test subjects are tearing up the place for no good reason!
Be careful out there.
Oh yes, marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Boo! Boo! The Queen of Slime? Queen of Filth? Yeah, you and me both, Pika. Pathetic. Oh my god, Spartan, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that in several ways, Princess Bride has entered Monty Python territory. People will quote it without ever having seen the film, because it's just entered that much mimetic consciousness. Oh, there's a great scene. I shouldn't say this in front of Eva, but so I'll say without spoiling. The scene where Humperdinck confronts the main character while he's being strapped down in the torture machine. Which I know sounds like a weird thing, but no, like, that scene is actually really awesome. The sincerity of how he approaches that, you know. Damn it, Linear Ruth. You keep using that word, Linear Ruth. I don't think you know what it means. Oh, there's Subject 4. We don't want to kill Subject 4. Oh yeah, so speaking of the awards, how many of you saw news that you care about personally? Remember we asked that yesterday? Has to be something that you personally are interested in. And yeah, that's the scene I was referencing. Not to 50! Did I actually cover Princess Bride? So I've watched and rewatched and re-rewatched and actually analyzed that film so many times at this point in my life. I actually did a private rumination of Princess Bride for a friend of mine. Sorry, I have this default thing where I call people friends of mine to save their identity, so I don't call anyone else out without their permission. But in that case, I was actually referring to my sister. I can just say it's my sister, because you guys know my sister. I literally live with her. So, I did a private rumination for Princess Bride with my sis. Dang it. Alright. What am I going to do with you? What, just quoting something over and over, Chris Norse? One second, Blair, and I want to look something up before I lose it here. Oh, private rumination. I guess so, yeah. The whole point of the ruminations is and always has been to be just kind of the sort of thing you'd sit and chat about immediately after, like, watching something, right, or playing something. Because we used to do ruminations all the time. Like, we get out of the film, and on the drive home, we just chat about it. Thank you very, very much, Valerian. Always appreciate you. I should look up what you put that towards. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, they did show off Witcher 4. It's the only trailer I actually watched, just to see. It looked, I don't know, didn't look like my thing. But then again, they also didn't show off any gameplay, so who knows. So that's going towards FF14. Patch Trail. WoW. Patch Within. WoW Midnight. I don't know, I think I kind of prefer the Gnomish one. My answer on that kind of varies depending on my mood in the moment. I do like both. The raptor snatches the paperwork in her prehensile claws and holds it up to her face, clucking her pointed teeth dismissively. These are like the scrawlings of children. Common sense precludes the routing of control hydraulics so near to the secondary stage burners. Still, this is salvageable. Do you know how to refractor fuel matrices for pressure variations at fixed acceleration? No? Very well. Maybe you could do something else for me while I reconfigure the rocket. Shortly after my intellect was augmented, I bred with Subject 4 in order to create a unique race of cognitively superior raptors. By the way, this is all a Fallout reference. Subsequently, Subject 4 neither called nor wrote. I have determined to disembowel him upon our next encounter. Nonetheless, there are enough raptor children imprisoned in the lab to provide adequate genetic stock for repopulating my race. Please release them from their cages and carry them to the rocket. There's Subject 4 down there. Maybe you should have called your bow. Or bell, excuse me. I keep screwing up the gender on that. Oh god. Yep, this is my life. Having raptors climbing all over me trying to eat me. It's called babysitting raptors. One or more baby raptors are attempting to eat your face. Yep. This is my life. This is my life. Oh god. Oh god. Can I just like... No? Alright. Maybe I can go grab... Good evening, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Oh, don't listen to any of that, Kennex Cow. Oh, okay, now I've got several baby raptors on my face, as it should be. Yep. Uh-huh, now we're up to 3. Okay, 3 raptors eating my face. 4 raptors eating my face. 5 raptors eating my face. Oh, this hurts so badly. Elmo, you have failed me miserably. Why did you not go and defeat the raptors before they would eat my face off? Mr. Red isn't even here to appreciate this joke. What is wrong with you? Listen, it is not my fault that this is how the Count speaks. The Count comes from made-up Estania. It is a very venerated place. Oh, there we go. It's a very venerated place filled with many, many things to count. How do I deliver these to the stupid things? Hey, can you take them? There we go. Yeah, please tell them to stop. Oh my god, they just hopped into the rocket. Okay, cool. Wonderful, exemplary work, Aramdumia. As you've no doubt surmised, my objective with regard to the rocket is to utilize it as an astral cradle. An ark, if you will, allowing my newly forged race to slip the surly bonds of this ravaged planet and colonize a world to our own liking. You have been instrumental to our cause. Please accept this currency, as I'll be minting my own monetary units upon arrival. Farewell, Azeroth. I leave behind a world steeped in filth and racked by cataclysm. It's called the Velocistar, by the way. Because of course it is. Off she goes. Cool. I mean, Azeroth is having some issues, especially right now. Rock away to Secret Lab. Come in, Secret Lab. Nice work, Aramdumia. Now we need to decouple the reaction core matrix from the fuel stumps. The whole place is going to blow itself to Outland. Once we flush the central reactor, I'm going to need you to return the core to me. It's 100% refined azurite, which, unrelated to, the other thing, azurite. I think? God, am I saying that wrong? Yeah, no, azurite and Azsharite. There we go. Let's say that way. That'll make that more clear. So, it's 100% refined Azsharite crystal, which is both powerful and dangerous. And lovely. Oh, precious Azsharite, shaper of worlds to come. Giant lever to your left will dump the core and send them to me via rail system. Core will be superheated, so you need to periodically douse it. Don't let it reach critical temperature. I got this. Chunk. Why did you build a lever that big? Uh-oh. I got you. I got you. You make face soaky. That's because you should have been an ogre. Turn back into an ogre. Somehow. Okay, if this thing is heating up this rapid... Oh my god, I'm having trouble keeping up with this stupid thing. Now, I'm trying to... Oh my god, stop being overheated. Yeah, deal with this. Why is there so much fire everywhere? Not that I'm aware of, Lord Harrimont, no. There's a reason I just walked up here. Like, knowing the game, there's probably some esoteric thing somewhere. Like, you remember how we crossed South Barrens to North Barrens because there was a frickin' dude with, like, a fire jetpack? Firework jetpack? There's probably something like that somewhere. I just don't know about it. Chili tickles. Why are you more on fire than... Okay, whatever. Is that refined Azsharite? It's also on fire. Okay, we're just gonna let that go, I guess? Okay. What am I in combat with? Oh, Jesus! You killed my pet! And then you evaded like a dick!
Hey, how you doing?
So the world is safe for science again? Excellent. Next time I'll try heated needles or something.
See you around, friend.
Maybe don't torture your subjects. Random thought. No, the opposite of that, Magister. Everything about the lead-up was like, oh, this is gonna suck. Then the cinematic was good. And then, like, the game was awesome. Because, you know, it is.
It's my way or the highway.
Then we got to endgame. I hope you got some more ammo for me. I got nothing to shoot off here but my mouth.
This gig ain't so bad.
Oh, sweet, beautiful, brilliant. Who loves you? With my mortars resupplied, I can help you with the assault of the Nagi east of here. Use these markers to call an artillery strike on the cliff, and I'll splatter the whole area with fiery hurt. Oh, delicious, merciless, random destruction. I hope you're well armored.
Yeesh. Took my head off, why don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I am. Not that it should matter. Hang on, that was about Pandaria. What about... What are you referencing, Magister? Hang on. I thought you were referencing Pandaria for a second. Because obviously you aren't.
Yeah? What do you want?
Don't worry about the residual effects of all those chemical burns. Hair grows back.
Go get him, champ.
Sample secure. And it's still steaming. Thank you. Azsharite is a complex mystery wrapped in a velvety enigma of danger. Grapplehammer insists we learn more about this strange substance.
Don't be a stranger. Be careful out there.
Azsharite, that mysterious crystalline substance, has been used to forge weapons of fell power, but in our hands, we've discovered it's capable of focusing enormous amounts of energy. Maybe the biggest goblin discovered since Kajamite. What is it? Where does it come from? Why is it located only here? Science demands an answer! I need more samples. Search around the deposits by the cliffs.
Catch you on the flip side. Have a good one.
While you run around the cliffs, maybe help investigate another line of things. See, the giants who walk there have been here since the mountains formed. Maybe they know where Azsharite comes from. It's in our best interest to befriend these giants and find out. Gather up a gigantic meal for me, as a peace offering. Kill the Mistwing cliff dwellers, and they've been a nuisance, and you can collect their carcasses.
Go get him, champ.
See you around, Crazy Norse. Try not to explode too much.
Blood and thunder.
Oh, sorry, you're specifically saying The Witcher 4 things. That has nothing to do with anything I was thinking about. I apologize. It's very grim and dark and hopeless, and everyone's evil, and everyone's going to die because everything's terrible forever. And that's The Witcher 4 trailer in a nutshell. When I was used as a guard in Orgrimmar, Thrall urged us to be patient and cautious with dealing with enemies. But Naga threatened to overrun this peninsula, and Thrall is no longer my war chief. The time has come to shed some blood.
For the Horde.
It tries my patience defending against creatures who can disappear into the sea, and at will, and emerge whenever they please. But I will not back down until their like has been wiped from Azshara. Spitelash Naga have slithered up the cliff walls and are besieging this post from the east. Destroy them, gut them head to tail, so they may know the full fury of my horde.
Go forth to victory.
Also, they set up a series of shrines on the cliffs. I don't know their purpose, but I believe they're strengthening our foes. I need someone to get in there and root out this threat. One nearby shrine is lightly defended. Cross the nearby bridge and head north and do these directions, and stuff will happen.
Go with honor.
Follow these directions or be destroyed by my new horde. We're evil, you see. We're allowed to say things like that now. So just looking at our options here. Probably go with the Hellstone thing for now. God. Who voiced Garrosh against Patrick Seitz, right? Yeah, I was just thinking of some of his line ratings. Dude probably completely threw out his voice in the booth. Like, think about the line where he voices where, he talks about his Mountains of Skull and Rivers of Blood, and how he's going to have his world. I know that's a weird thing to point out, but I was just thinking of, you know, that kind of voice. Because that's how I often try to do my orcish voices, based off of his performance for Garrosh. And, like, he's practically gargling at several points because it is so far down his throat. Generally not, Magister. I kind of try to vary it up as much as I can, but there's thousands and thousands of lines of dialogue in this game. There's probably more dialogue in this game than there is in FF14, all things considered. There might even be more lines of dialogue in this game than there is in Metaphor. Okay, I'm just kidding. That wouldn't be that crazy. Jotting down some thoughts while thinking about it. Looks like backdraft only goes up to 2. Now I'm curious. Let's switch from Goblin for just a second. Uh-oh. Is this it? Oh, dang it. No! Let's just do an immediate comparison, shall we? There's one big difference between gnome and goblin. It's like gnome is much busier, very very higher energy. Goblin's a lot more chill, ironically. One more. Just one. Just one. Yeah, goblins are very jazz. I forget what type of jazz, don't ask me. I'm not an expert in jazz. This is no. Well, again, I'm not that familiar with jazz as a genre, so don't quote me in any direction on that. Yeah, it's got that kind of... I don't want to say uplifting, but it's definitely got that energy to it, right? Well, I like it too, like I said. I like both. For different reasons. Yeah, exactly. Nomus is like, for science! And then by contrast, goblins are a little bit more, you know. Oh, okay, so we're not in the goblin town. Hang on. So that's just playing Bashir. So hang on, let's try this again. Immediately lower key. Not literally lower key. I mean, it's low key. That's still wrong. Lower tempo, lower atmosphere, lower tone, lower vibe. Look, I don't have vocabulary. Yeah, exactly. This, I actually have an entire playlist of music that's like this. It's casual build music, right? It's the kind of thing, like Maverick said, it's the kind of thing you have playing in the background while you're playing SimCity, right? It's even got the workers whistling in the background. By the way, I blame you for this, Yura. I'm really liking Destro. It's completely different from what it felt like back in Pandaria, but that's not a bad thing. Although it was awesome back in Pandaria, holy crap. Do we even have the Grimoire of Sacrifice anymore, I wonder? I'm curious. Wait a sec. Hope we fit the Metropolis stage. It really is. I wonder if that's deliberate or just completely coincidental for the tone they were going for the Gavos. curious. Give me a sec, give me a sec. The stone at the center of the shrine emits a faint glow and roars with the power of the angry sea. The air around it crackles with energy. The stone itself is smooth and icy cold. It pulses periodically as you run your hands over it, like the crashing of surf. A wedge-shaped piece appears to be missing from the top surface of the artifact. This keystone shard is likely the key to unlocking the secret of the stone. Let's go find the sucker. Oh, crap. Oh, double crap. Oh, God. Yeah, oh. Ah, wow. Okay. I am dead. Wow, they just murdered my face off. Holy crap. That's okay. We'll just walk back. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. This song is from a game called Surviving Mars. Yeah, we're in the Shadowlands, except we're not. So let's think about this. So fixing Anduin from Shadowlands is easy. He's traumatized because of the events of Legion, and frankly, he should probably also be traumatized from being mind-controlled by Onyxia for a long time. So there you go, boom. There's your trauma. No issues with Anduin. Next, removing Sylvanas from the board. Now that's going to require something new. So, maybe after the events of Legion, Sylvanas decided that rather than try to be loud and obnoxious and generate all sorts of attention to her, she just decided to leave completely and go off and essentially be a hermit. To hide from the world in order to try and make sure that nobody would ever find her again and she'd never have to be afraid of death again. So she pieces out and leaves the narrative. Okay. Good. Let's see. What else needed to be fixed? There was something else that needed to be fixed. Yeah, maybe Helia got the better of Sylvanas and she was stuck there for a while and that made her think, you know what? I'm done with all this crap. And she pieces out and that leads to the Forsaken creating the council and blah, blah, blah. There you go. Boom. Oh, yeah, N'Zoth. We need to get rid of N'Zoth. Okay. Yeah, one way or another, we need to get to the Horde Council, but that's actually pretty easy. I mean, our last war chief was Vol'jin, and we saw what happened to him, so... maybe have Vol'jin, instead of being like, Sylvanas should be the leader of the Horde. Instead, make it so that, you know, he's the one who suggests the council. That he suggests there should be no position of war chief anymore. The Horde needs to govern itself through the ways of the people. Yeah, we'll have to workshop that to make it sound good on his deathbed, but, you know, something like that. Maybe Lord Harmon? We could do that. We could actually have a proper wrap-up to both Arthas and Sylvanas in the Shadowlands, which has absolutely nothing to do with the Shadowlands expansion, and is just the Shadowlands as portrayed in the previous expansions. Like, we can make that work. It's not a bad idea. He's just hurt. Freaking mages, am I right? What do we do with N'Zoth? We can't just axe him. Like, he's just too big of a character. He's been behind a huge amount of the Old God stuff in the entire game. The Naga Power Stone pulses with an unexpected hum. Keystone slides into place and previously invisible runes suddenly erupt on the surface, shimmering in blue and violet hues. Your knees buckle as powerful arcane currents suddenly race into your body. A magical barrier pulses around you, chilling your bones. You feel secure behind this enchanted wall. Torg Toothcrush will want to know what you've discovered here. You know, I suppose the easy answer is to literally just do the N'Zoth patch as is. And just, like, affix it somewhere, right? The problem is, where does that fit? Because it doesn't fit anywhere. Like, alright, we beat Sargeras, but then N'Zoth! Like, that doesn't fit, right?
What do you need?
I was thinking the same thing, Monobrown.
For the Horde.
And they still come. They're like a plague. But with strength like yours, we will crush them someday.
Dabu.
An energy barrier, you say? This explains a great deal. I've seen firsthand how Naga leaders have been able to turn aside the blades of some of my best warriors. Now we know their source of power. Let's finish this.
Go with honor.
2 Naga witches have been masterminding the assault on this outpost. They've repelled direct attacks from some of my best grunts, but you can finish the job where others have failed. Seek out the Lady Silithra and Lady Vestra on the eastern edge of the cliffs. Destroy the Power Stones. Do not disappoint me, Warlock.
Strength.
Almost assuredly no, Linerov. Ignoring the obvious changes under the hood, we know, thanks to how development cycles line up, we know that they were still mostly finishing Shadowlands initial by the time BFA was out. And then the reaction to BFA led to the changes in Shadowlands patch. Because there's that gap, right? There's always a huge development gap when it comes to something this big.
Yeah. See you around, friend.
You got me more sample? Actually, hey, let's deal with the Naga first. Let's finish that off. Time to die, Naga. Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking. Like, there's a neat symmetry to having some of the N'Zoth and Azshara stuff happening in War Within. I mean, she was introduced in Legion, Linerith, so she's been around for a minute. Don't mind the gigantic Night Elf statue here, Jesus. And then they came out with, like, Coke, but with real sugar. Sorry, that's a long-winded joke you're probably not going to get, because it has to do with Mexico. Look, if I don't have a statue that's the size of, like, the moon, do people even know how awesome I am? Yeah, did you hear? They actually make their Coke with real sugar. It's weird. Now that is how we used to handle serpents back in Duratar. We crushed them under our boots. You have done my horde proud. As soon as my reinforcements arrive, we'll mop up the rest of these vermin and claim the peninsula once and for all.
Go forth to
Dog.
victory.
I'm evil, by the way, in case you missed that part.
Hey, how you doing?
You get more samples? Careless Adventure's been looting this stuff for years. They don't know how precious it is. Yeah, there were quests in Vanilla about Azshara. It was one of the only quests that actually existed in Azshara.
Don't be a stranger.
Oh, excellent. Some of these samples look fresh. I'm gonna be up to my necks trying to solve this mystery.
Glad I could help.
I probably should have warned you that Mistwing Chimeras can shoot lightning.
Keep your ear to the
Whew,
ground.
that stench. Hopefully that massive heap of carcasses smells more appetizing to a giant.
Keep it real.
Cursory study of the Azshara you brought me reveals it's not biological in nature, but it's not naturally formed. There's another creature in Azshara with similar properties. The cliff giants that lumber around the cliffs. One of the giants seems willing to help our research. Here, take the meat you collected. Befriend him and grill him. Find out how he knows the secrets of Azshara.
Be careful out there.
Alright, let's do it. Which one's Lord Harriman? I'm sorry. Listen, Magister, my horde is filled with awesomeness and candy and rainbows, and we will use them to crush our enemies! So, oh god, it's actually complicated, Lord Harriman. The overwhelming majority of achievements are account, not character. However, there are exceptions to that. So one of the more infamous exceptions is actually one I've already finished, which is this one right here. How many mounts you have? I can't actually show you it properly because I've already finished the achievement, but for the longest time it would vary based on your character because how many mounts you've unlocked is actually variant based on your character. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on, Lore, you yourself have gotten achievements for doing stuff that you've long since done, and you're right. Because achievements are actually tracked kind of on a both basis. So, like, let's say if 7 years ago I finished all the quests in Azshara, and I would get the achievement for that. But then today I finished all the quests in Azshara, well, then I'll get the achievement for that. Now, supposedly that was actually changed this expansion, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. That's how it used to be, however. His voice booms deep from within, hurting your ears and reverberating your feet. Hello, softling. Your kind dashes about, always running, never stopping. Rest with me for a while. Here, I brought you something to eat. Food. We do not eat squishlings, friend. Not unless they aggravate us. We eat rocks and stones and earth. Though sometimes I find the crunch of bones makes a delightful seasoning. He lifts up a boulder and with one enormous hand smashes the corpses you've given to him into one, as if you would put icing on a cupcake. He then crunches on his treat, rumbling happily. Gross! Do you know anything about Azshara? Azshara. You soft ones come up with new names for everything. What is Azshara? It's the piles of bluish crystals we find on the ground. His laugh is deep and long, rumbles the ground and causes rock slides. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, little friend, I am sorry. I suppose my kind does not pick up after ourselves as you do. So the giants are dropping Azshara. Where does it come from? It comes from... What's your word for it? Let us say that my kind does not have bathrooms. Do you understand? It's your poop? And the goblins are burning around scooping it up? It would seem so. You and your friends are welcome to as much as you can find. I suppose it's very potent. We don't need to go that often. How often do you, go? We don't live our lives as quickly as you. A healthy giant eats 3 square meals a decade, although I am known to indulge in a snack every couple of years. We'll go to the bathroom every 15 to 25 years, barring any tummy trouble. 15? Oh my god, okay. Oh, I've never had my personal habits so scrutinized. Your kind never ceases to surprise me. Farewell, friend, and good luck with whatever it is you're on about. Okay. So Azshara is giant poop.
Well, spit it out.
Hang on, speak slow. What are you saying? Am I hearing you right? Those formations are actually... Oh my grody. Okay, don't tell Dr. Grapplehammer. He's made this stuff his life's work. Well, at least now we know where the Azshara comes from. Why it's so rare. We gotta figure out a way to speed up, production.
See you around, friend.
I think it's one surefire way to send a giant runner to the bathroom, but you're not gonna like it. What we need is a massive laxative. Oh, hey, would you believe gnomes have something of the sort? That can't be a coincidence. Wonder what they're trying to push through over there. Our intelligence reports the laxative was delivered to Gadget Springs Tower, down on the shoreline. Retrieve that laxative. Feed it to Gormangun.
Glad I could help.
You want me to? Okay.
Speak up.
Scoundrels. Infidels. Ever since I started my operation here in Azshara, the Gadget Spring families hampered my studies and sabotaged my research. Now a mob of middling second-rate tinkers have rallied to their aid. I got pressing business to attend to. See to it those gnomes are finished for good.
Ambition is the mother of invention.
Yeah, we need to tell Queen Azshara we named giant droppings after her. I'm sure she will enjoy that. Listen, there must always be Undercrash, a poop quest. And that's barely a joke. Every expansion has had at least one. I'm not sure there's any exceptions to that. Ah! Yeah, it's actually a poop quest in disguise. This is one of the more clever ones. Like, there's a whole quest chain about Azsharite. But the thing is, any vanilla player already knew what that was, because we've already dealt with Azsharite. As was mentioned in chat, you used to be able to loot notes off of some of the people who'd been eaten by giants and then come out the other way. Why are you trying to capture me? God, freaking gnomes. Hate them. Dirty, filthy gnomes. Patooey, I says. Oh god, that's a lot of gnomes. I probably shouldn't have just dropped down in the middle of you. Do me a favor, don't kill me all. Please. Be your best friend. I mean, that's a lie. I'm still gonna kill you with fell power. I think you're right, Magister. Holy crap, I'm glad we switched to the Voidwalker. Jeez. So speaking of which, we got our next tier. So we got Shadowburn. This is our Execute. It has 50% increased crit chance on targets that have less than 20% health. If the target dies within 5 seconds of hitting them with Shadowburn, you gain your soul shard back from using it. You can also reduce the cooldown of a Conflagrate, increase the damage spell by pets, or Grimoire of Sacrifice. They nerfed this into the ground. I'm actually kind of upset about that. Sacrifice your demon, gaining its command ability and causing your spells to sometime also do a proc. That's it. Give me the good old days of getting a % of my health back every second. Thank you very much. Chaos Bolt, Shadowburn, and Incinerate do more damage to targets afflicted by Immolate. Okay. Channel Demon Fire. Launch 15 bolts of fell fire over 3 seconds at random targets afflicted by Immolate within 40 yards. Each bolt deals damage to all targets and fire damage to nearby enemies. Man. I mean, I'm sure this is still a decent Grimoire, but, like, it used to be a live ability, not just a nuke ability. And now it's not. So that's useless to me. Although, I notice it's a requirement for getting Summon Infernal. So we're going to grab that one, which is just going to passively increase all the damage dealt by spells and demons by 3%. Not that I would ever summon a demon. Excuse me. Me and my summoned demon are going to go in here. It's just a giant... Okay, whatever. Don't aggro me, don't aggro me, don't aggro me. Don't aggro me. Thank you for not aggroing me. Bye. Hey, my goblin friend wants to feed you a laxative. Please don't eat this laxative. Here, eat this. It's a special chocolate rock. He eyes the laxative with suspicion, then sniffs it. With visible irritation, he begins smooshing and molding the laxative into the shape of a goblin. I suspect your little green friends are putting you up to no good. Please explain to them that we giants are not to be toyed with. To demonstrate his point, he twists the head off the chocolatey goblin statue and then hands it back to you.
I seen you around here before.
Once you get the laxative, try to feed it. Maybe give him a magazine or something. Do it for science.
Catch you on the flip side.
So is a no-go? Literally? Well, Grapple Hammer will take no for an answer. We have to try something else. Maybe I'll manage and smuggle this laxative into the Night Elf encampment. That'll be good for a laugh, at least.
Keep it real.
Okay. New plan. We'll scare it out of him. In my experience, most large creatures are terrified of tiny ones. Like rats. This place is crawling with rats. How do we coax him over to the giant? Hey, you don't mind having your cellular matrix broken down and reassembled, do you? It's only painful while it's happening. I can shrink you down to rat size and you can ride one of those brutes over like a horse. Sure.
Go get him, champ. Keep your...
Hang on, let me turn to this quest first.
Yes? What is it?
Ah, marvelous. Tell me more. And that precocious young gadget spring dead as well? Ah, wonderful. My work here is important, but at times I do miss the carnage of demolishing my enemies at a more personal level. Yeah, maybe you can make use of some of my discarded equipment.
Run along now.
What's the word on the street?
Ah! Okay, so in case you can't tell, that there we are, down there. Here, let's switch back to in-game music because I think it's appropriate in this case. Onward, my stalwart minion, to the Ironforge tram. Really zooming the camera down here. Just you. Please don't scare me like that. Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. Didn't mean to startle you.
Hey, how you doing? Don't be a stranger.
Scanum didn't work either. Nuts. I'll have to break the news to Grapplehammer. Azsharaite's gonna remain the rarest substance on the planet. I have to use it sparingly.
Have a good one.
A new assistant.
I've taken the purified sample of Azsharaite you rescued from the lab. I weaponized it. If my calculations are correct, it'll detonate with a left force to level a city. If I'm wrong, it'll cleave the planet in two. The only way to find out is a test firing. Deliver the Azsharaite core to the giant cannon in Bilgewater. Report to Bleaknock. My pilot for hire can give you a ride. I'll follow from a safe distance.
We have field tests to conduct.
And you can get a ride here, but we're just going to fly there because it's a lot faster. So, about 5 hours, huh? That's... That feels shorter than I was expecting mentally.
I seen you around here before.
What do you got there? Did Grapplehammer send you?
Go get him,
Oh,
champ.
this is the big one. We're in business, boys.
Don't be a stranger.
What's shaking?
Hey, glad I caught you. I'm here on behalf of my master, Kalik. He requires your aid. Find him as soon as you can. He's under the bridge in the slums? Why? Who's Kalik? I'm sure it's nobody. Probably just some loser who's like, hey, I need help with my girlfriend in courthouse. Ugh. Up there it is. No, I haven't checked out. The Bilgewater Battalion are now accepting recruits for Operation Fish Gut. Wages will consist of 1 gold piece at the time of operation completion for all active soldiers in good standing. All wages will be forfeited in the event of death. A fee of 20 silver will be charged for any resurrections performed in the line of duty. All recruits are to report directly to Commander Molotov. Okay.
You looking at me?
Welcome back to duty. Good to have
Do
you
not
back.
get on Gallywix's bad side. Get lost, will ya?
Hang on, sorry, I'm not reading this a lot because I'm not sure which quest chain this is. I know it sounds weird, but I'm pretty sure I'm not time walking, so that's why we're kind of wonky at the moment.
Yo, can I help you with something?
Okay, no, this is correct. Okay.
This gig ain't so bad.
Well, yeah, obviously, Savicom. Think about the writing of it. The wording, I should say. So, who the hell is this Kalik person? Oh! It's Calicos.
Kil'jaeden must be destroyed.
Calicos, that was a while ago. Thank you for coming. I apologize for the discretion, but it's extremely important I not be seen by certain individuals. I'm in quite a bind, and I've taken notice of some of your recent deeds. Hear me out. Help me. I'll see to it that you're rewarded in kind.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance. There is no time to waste.
I don't know. I think if the fate of the world hangs in the balance, it can hang for a minute longer. I got profit to make. So I'm just looking at our talents down here. I'm kind of curious where I want to go eventually. We probably want to grab that. So let's grab that. Okay, so let's do this.
I get no respect around here. Don't try anything stupid.
You got it. Trying something stupid. Well, exactly, Savicom. Listen, is it a Stallone movie if he doesn't do a montage? Overshot. Overshot. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Hi.
What?
There's some gorgeous beachfront property on the shore. I can market this for 10 times what the construction will cost me. Prime spots are that Naga Pagoda and the tower next to the water. Oh, and the ruins. I'll give you some coin if you claim them before the fighting clears out.
Hit the road!
I actually didn't do a montage in Demolition Man. Not that I'm aware of.
This had better be good.
Bumpy ride.
Remember,
There's a lot more Naga left in the beach. Looks like you got some wet work ahead of you. That's not what wet work means. But it kind of is.
I ain't getting paid to chat.
We got soldiers all over the beach trying to get us out of our... trying to get out of work by dying on us. Find the slackers. Use this flare gun to call in a priest. What is with these airborne priests? Like, it's just a consistent thing. There's just airborne priests. Let's go and claim this here. Okay, first I'll kill you. Don't mind me killing a random rare. Look, it's the pagoda. Look, see? Pagoda. This is the pagoda game. Do I need to be, like, in the pagoda? On the pagoda? Do I need to be by that flag over there? How about here? Oh, come on, don't do this to me. It's probably the glowing blue square on the ground. That would make sense. Listen, if you plant a flag, it's yours. That's how the rules work. I didn't make the rules. Well, actually, I did. But, you know. I only made the rules to benefit me. Hi, J. Palmer. See if we can save some people with some air. Oh, there's one. There's one. Don't worry, I got you back. I'm going to charge you for this, though. 20 silver. Have I got a heal for you? Get it? No more lying down on the job. So what was Azshara like in vanilla? Alright, I want you to imagine like a really big zone with nothing to do in it. Kind of like Silithus is now. Light is money, friend. You ain't getting out of your debts that easy. See you around, Devo. So yeah, there was a quest chain from the Blasted Lands, which briefly went into the Azshara area. And then there was obviously Azurgos. There was the Azshara. Oh, no, that was actually the Demon Hunter chain, so never mind. So that's the same chain. Was that it? I think that might have been it. There was not a lot to do in vanilla here. Yeah, it was an unfinished zone. Kind of like Dustwallow was originally. Or Silithus originally. Some of you probably don't remember, but vanilla Silithus, that is to say, launch Silithus, was actually devoid. There was nothing there. I mean, there's visuals and brickwork and blah, 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 but there's no content. They added that during the Shifting Sands patch, which added ruins and Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. Also, I like that quote. Health from above! I love the smell of salvation in the morning. Yes, you could go and talk to the Hydraxian Waterlords here. And then get the things that allow you to douse the ruins and Molten Core. I think the legendary... I can't remember, but the legendary sword chain went through here too, briefly, because the Waterlords. So in other words, there was nothing to do in Azshara. This was an abandoned zone. Not as abandoned as Silithus, but pretty abandoned. So, least developed zones in vanilla. Obviously, I just mentioned 3 of them. Dustwallow before the BC patch. Silithus before the Ahn'Qiraj patch. And Azshara until Cataclysm. Let's see. What else was there? Yes, Thunder Fury. That was it. Give me the name of the damn thing. What else? I mean, obviously there were still some underdeveloped zones, but at least the hinterlands had quests. Oh yeah, Deadwind Pass, which in vanilla had, I think, literally nothing in it. There might have been like a walkthrough quest from Duskwood there. Because yeah, Kara came out in BC. Your salvation has arrived, and it's affordably priced. I mean, Ice Crown Citadel was supposed to be in vanilla originally, J. Palmer. But yes, is still the answer to the question. Get only one of your firstborn. Yeah, the original roadmap, layout, plan, whatever you want to call it, for WoW, was to be all of the content that we now consider vanilla, BC, and Wrath. That wasn't feasible. They realized pretty quickly that that wasn't going to happen. But if you ever wonder why there's actually Outland materials and resources in vanilla, that's why. Some of those even actually showed up in VC. I showed off some of them in the stream a while ago. Alright.
What would you ask of death?
Good, clean fun.
Smart mouth, huh?
Fine job up there, gal. We'll have this beach cleaned up in no time.
Security, enforcement, extortion. We do it all.
Go, go!
Brilliant. Right job there.
Way.
Thanks for taking all that stuff for me.
What What is it?
Field Commander Molotov sent word directed that you should be dispatched to our forward post. We're preparing to send squads into the ruins to rout the Naga and recover the artifact. The artifact? Okay.
Watch your back.
Let's go recover the artifact, shall we? Come along, Yulan, the Jade Serpent of Wisdom. Oh, Yulan, should I keep doing these quests? Yes, goblins are amazing! Oh, okay. Why does your voice sound so strange and goblin-y? Do not question, Yulan!
Yeah? What do you want?
Hey, you made it in one piece. Good. We got some work for you to handle while you're in the ruins, but we're sending you off to with the best of care. I'm sorry. I misread Gamma as MAGA for just 1 second. You're in with the best to take care of it. You're working with Gamma forces now. Goblin army mergers and acquisitions.
Get lost, will you?
Commander Molotov found a party for the secret lab willing to act as a buyer for the artifact you scouted out earlier. Undoubtedly is in the center of the ruins with the High Priestess where you initially spotted it. Get back there and get undamaged.
Do not get on Gallywix's bad side.
Also, kill Gallywix.
It's my way or the highway, pal.
We're sending you in there to clean up this Naga infestation. Lethal force has been authorized. Gob Squad will be backing you on this
If
one.
you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
They taught us at officers camp to always cut off the head of the snake. Seemed dumb considering we never fought any snakes, but I guess it makes sense now. Go in there and kill the leader of the snake. The bigger they are, the bigger the bomb you use on
If you
them.
ever need anything, you know where to find me.
Our best demo man Ticker's on assignment with the Gob Squad. He's got way more than enough explosives for all the runestones in the ruins. You have to get in there and keep him covered. He'll handle
Hey,
the rest.
I got your back.
Well, spit it out.
Hey, you want to make a quick buck? Bring me any highborn tablets you find in the ruins.
Keep it real.
If I'm not mistaken, these guys should go all the way to BFA, don't they? So yeah, the Gob Squad, which we should be seeing in just a moment here. Oh, I have to summon them, don't I? Hey, give me my Gob Squad. Yep, I was right. They stopped showing up in BFA. These guys right here are regular recurring characters. They're in Kata, in several zones, actually. They're in Pandaria, and then they're in BFA. They're fun. This is also a fascinating approach. So, WoW has been using the vehicle quest as like a hyper beam moment thing since Wrath, right? But here, rather than giving us a vehicle, they give us the Gob Squad. The Gob Squad is essentially 5 massive damage-dealing nuke death dooms that just escort you. This is also probably the very, very first demonstration of... That would be Pandaria, J. Palmer. Of what would eventually become the follower tech. Because we'll see this again in Pandaria, or rather, we won't see this in Pandaria, but it was part of the legendary cloak chain. And then they would play with this again in BFA. Oh, excuse me. Nope, that's not true. They'd play this again in Legion with the artifact quests. Then they would play with this again in BFA with the expeditions. And then Dragonflight would finally actually implement that with the follower dungeons. Oh yeah, we also had the Withered training. I actually forgot about that. I don't think they're elites anymore. In fact, they aren't. I can tell just by looking at them. I swear these used to be like the kind of thing that would be irritating to go through if you didn't have the Gob Squad at your back. Notice they only give us a kill 30 quest when we have the Gob Squad. Just like, you know, one of the Hyper Beam quests I just mentioned. That's an elite. See you around, Kennex Cow. Hope all the kittens are fine. In the face, as they say. Go ahead and take that artifact there. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, no, they just absolutely obliterated him. I'm telling you, the Gob Squad are legit. They're pretty much... like, they're the kind of thing that make perfect sense to me, but we don't see a lot of. Most people think of goblins as wasteful and terrible and awful. I get why, because that's the majority of what we see, but it also makes sense to me that goblins would be the kind of people who would be very invested in putting out a really good product, because then they would make tons and tons of money doing it, right? It's kind of what some Ferengi do over in Star Trek, where they're a little bit more capable of thinking outside the box of short-term waste. I really hope they show up in the Undermine, yeah. And instead think about long-term profitability. Yeah, like Quark, exactly. Or, oh God, I can't think of his name. The one Ferengi who was really enjoying killing. He made a decent, killing. Look, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Shut up. Oh yeah, also the Delves. Forgot to mention we've got Delves now, too, for this thing. They've been playing with this tech for a while. Oh yeah, I also forgot the Companions. That was in Legion. I almost never used them, that's why, because I rarely played Legion without a group. But, some of your followers would actually follow you around and help you in Legion. Pretty much in the exact same manner that the Gob Squad is doing right now. Tika, blow this thing. On it. And see, that's the problem, Lord Harriman. We need to have some goblins who actually are capable of being competent... Oh, shoot. Competent economists, economically minded people, rather than just, jokes. The good news is, we are starting to get that more. Bad news is, that took a while. Yeah, Gallowix in lore actually either killed off or ran out of town most of the more competent goblins. That's not me making it up. That was actually something they mentioned in the short story. The one that just came out with regards to Gazlo and Noggenfogger. Good story, by the way. I recommend it. I mean, I recommend all the short stories because they're all good to some extent or another. And yeah, no, Gallowix is the exact opposite of the smart Ferengi archetype. Gallowix is pretty much the example of the stupid Ferengi archetype. Short-term profit at the expense of all else. Even long-term profit. Yeah, Brunt. Liquidator, Brunt. I wonder if I could just blow up this runestone again. That would be funny. Tika, can you blow this up? Ah! Looks like I can. Also, I've been wondering something, Ross. How do you determine which episode to watch randomly? Depends... So, okay, one way or another, I'm going to show them off, J. Palmer. Whether the game gets credit for them depends on if they're in the game. I know the Legion ones are in the game, and I'm pretty sure the BFA ones are in the game. That's as far as my certainty goes. But I plan to show them all off regardless. There's apparently an Evoker one. I don't think I've even seen. Yeah, I don't think the Pandaria ones are in the game, which sucks. Pandaria ones were the very first of the vignettes. That's what they're called. Yeah, whatever. Just die. Just die. I'm sorry. Vignettes, Magister. how do you have a wheel that has, like, 180 episodes on it? Like, I'm mostly asking in terms of practicality. Like, how's that even possible? Let me cut to the core of the question. What program are you using to generate this wheel? Because I figured it was digital. That's not the point of contention here. I'm curious what you're using to make it. Good job, Gob Squad. Okay, thanks.
Yeah? What do you want?
Those blood elves eat those tablets up. Here's your cut. Good doing business.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Oh, well,
Stay
I forgot to call
strong
the
now.
named. Because, see, what I was thinking, if I was going to do something like that, I'd probably have layered RNG, right? Roll once to determine the show. Roll the second time to determine the season. Roll a third time to determine the episode number. And that way you could just... I still have the Gob Squad? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. That way you could just have a thing where it's like, alright, hang on. Roll, you know, a D. Oh my god! And I'm dead. Woohoo! So, like, roll a... Hang on, so we got, like... TOS, TNG, DS9, Voyager, Enterprise. That's 5. So roll a D5. And then... Well, I guess there's the movies. We'll call the movies a separate thing. So roll a D6. Boom. That determines your show. Then roll a D7 to determine the season. Right? And then roll a D25 or so. And there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Watching Threshold 10 times in a row. I don't know. I think I have watched Threshold for the second to last time recently. I think I'm satisfied with that. Possibly third to last time. Depending. Yeah, going above D20 is kind of hard, admittedly, at least in terms of physical dice. There's a few ways around that. Obviously, you can use digital random number generations. But you can also do things like just roll a D20 and then, like, roll another... Basically, you could stagger the dice. So, like, you could do a D100 and re-roll if it's anything above 25, or you could do a D20 and then do a D6, or you could... No, yeah, it would be a D20 and then a D6. I'm right. Because that's essentially a 1... That's a 2 to 26 thing. So the only problem with, like, doing a D20 and a D6 is you would actually never watch episode 1, because it wouldn't be possible to get episode 1 in that combination. Stuff like that. There's ways you can make it work, is what I'm trying to say. That's when you re-roll, Russ. Whoosh. And you're done. Alright, so let's try to... Ooh, what did I just get? Shadow Bulwark. Oh, that's my command ability. Let's put that up there. Not if you're trying to watch random episodes, Magister. Oh, he's got some help. Oh, I don't have the Gob Squad, that's why. Oh, Jesus, I'm not... okay. I might be able to pull this off. Hang on, I gotta actually pay attention here. Yeah, I need you to pull aggro, buddy. Nope, temporarily increase current and max health by 30% for 20 seconds. It's also auto cast to use when it's below 20 seconds. Okay, can you stop throwing spines at me, please? Hi. Oh, I can. Hey, buddy. I got something for you. Whoosh. Hey, Darth Trinius. Throw another spine into his face. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Hunk. I'm going to assume you're joking, Darth Trinius, because I'm not sure how else to handle that. Bread and circuses. Oh my god. Now there's an episode. Yikes. Yeah, that's definitely a... So, TOS has only 2 types of episodes I've said over the years. There's TOS episodes, and then there's TOS episodes. And that's definitely a TOS episode. I don't think Bread and Circuses was a lamentation, but it was definitely the kind of thing that would be a rumination if I was still doing those. Alright, let me just, please don't... Please, oh god, oh god. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that fight without the Gob Squad. Can I summarize the episode? Sure! The Federation, the Enterprise, comes across a planet, which is one of those parallel development planets, so it's just like Earth, but the Roman Empire never fell. So, like, they do televised Roman gladiatorial matches. It was a very cheap episode to make because they could reuse so many props and set pieces. So we're going to go ahead and put that up there. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got the ability to summon an Infernal. Now, the Infernal... What's wrong with it? Everything! The Infernal is... In original WoW, in vanilla WoW, it was this whole thing to get. It was cool, but not really all that useful. And then they've changed it periodically over the years. Sometimes it was a permanent pet, sometimes it wasn't. In this case, it is a cooldown. So it's a 2-minute cooldown. I summon down an Infernal. It does damage on impact and also stuns. It'll also serve me for 30 seconds, doing damage to all nearby enemies and also generating soul shard fragments every second. It is a hell of a cooldown. It's a, I want you to die right now button. It also feeds directly into being able to just spam Chaos Bolts. So what you want to do is like summon Infernal, conflagrate, Chaos Bolt, conflagrate, Chaos Bolt, conflagrate, Chaos Bolt.
Big shot, huh? Don't try anything stupid.
Wow, this is huge. I'll have to take it back to Uncle Bedlam as soon as everything's cleaned up here and you're good to go.
Stay strong, pal. No loitering, whatever that means.
Your name's getting around. Nearly Gob Squad status, some would say. You're a vicious one.
Yeesh! Took my head off, why don't you? You ever need anything, you know where to find me.
The hope is that it cuts off one major source of that magic. Truth is, we don't have a clue. Who could pass up an opportunity to blow something up,
Get
though?
lost, will you? Well, spit it out.
We're looking pretty good here at this point. It's definitely been a pleasure working with you, soldier. Ready to take the artifact back? We got a gyrocopter ready. Sure.
Security, enforcement,
Let me just hop in my gyrocopter here. Yeah, no, in order to summon it, it was half a gold every summon. Then there was the Doom guy, who was arguably better DPS, especially single target DPS, but there was a catch. When you summon the Doom guy, one of the party members who is summoning him dies. And then you have to enslave him, otherwise he just runs around and kills party members.
What's up?
Ah, woman of the hour.
Keep it real.
And he come with the artifact. The operation was a success then. Mergers and acquisitions can definitely handle themselves. This thing will fetch me quite a penny. And you! Heard you did some impressive work down there. You may have single-handedly cut down expenses by 10%. That's the kind of smarty businessman I want in my army. Here's your wages, and promised. And a little extra, too.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Thanks. We only have 1 arc left, so I think we can manage it. Well, we actually have 2, but we're not really going to do that stuff because that leads straight into the Ashen Vale. Doom Lord, that was it. I couldn't think of what it was. It was Doom something. I couldn't think of the damn name. Alright, so, hey, Kalik.
Fate of the world hangs in the balance.
My brothers and I are being hunted. Our sire was recently killed. My bad. I killed Malagos, that was me. And the Black Dragonflight seeks to rout those of us that still live. I'm here to find Azshara and get him to safety, if only he'd make it that easy. Azshara doesn't make many friends, and his taste in them tends to be unique. The only one I know of here is a Murloc named Egil. You'll find him on the coast northeast of here. Okay.
There is no time to waste.
Yeah, we may have also killed Azure Ghosts a few hundred times. You know, honestly, Takoida, hard to argue. Fun fact, both the black and the blue dragonflight by the time of Dragonflight, the expansion, will be on the verge of extinction because there are so few of them left. Hello there, new friend. So glad to meet you. My name is Urgle. The G is silent. Oh, so your name is Earl. Oh my god, your name is Earl. Azure Ghosts? Azure Ghosts. Azzy! The dragon? Oh, we're friends, definitely. Taught me to speak. Said he liked my hue. Kind of colorist, eh? Don't remember where he went. Maybe something to help my memory? I planted coffee plants over the beach. They like sand. Kind of weird. Could you go collect some? I'd share if they asked. They just go clickety-clack up my coffee plants. So rude. Teach them a lesson, dumb Macrini. One other thing I need. Hot water. Not easy around here. No hot springs, no friends to share. One good way, though. I have sponge. Ultra absorbent. Use it to soak vile splashers. With enough, squeeze them over tower to summon Jumbo Elemental. He has hot water. Okay. If I had to be a dragon and join a dragonflight, I mean, red is the only answer there. And we never will, Sabacom. Actually, we already kind of have covered that, but I don't want to go too much into that yet because it's kind of spoilers. I know, it's weird, but the poop quest is unironically a spoiler. I swear I'm not joking. By the way, we're getting KAWPHI beans. We're getting coffee beans. To make them a hot drink. With the hot water we're also gathering. It's okay, this is not the last coffee quest in this game either. There's a quest up in the mountains of Pandaria where we have to help out some poor goats who are maddened and crazed and killing everything in sight because they've been eating the local coffee beans, which is K-A-F-I in that case. Yeah, I don't know. This quest is really good, but I just don't enjoy it for some reason. It's just not my thing. It's weird. But yeah, no, I'd probably join the red flight. But let's assume, just for a moment, let's remove all of the lore and history from the flights. Let's look at it from a different perspective. You could be a dragon of life, a dragon of time, a dragon of magic, a dragon of, like, the earth, terrain, or a dragon of, I guess it's the dream? Is that all emeralds really? I guess it is, yeah. So, of those, which would you pick? We don't count the Twilight Flight, or the Nether Flight, or the 7,000 other flights it is. We're just going with the 5. It's Jesus Christ, J. Palmer. No! We're done! We're done. There are no other flights. Yeah, the problem is being a dragon of time is a little bit too cool, isn't it? And a little bit too useful. Although there's some serious responsibility alongside of that. Like, it's worth noting, obviously we're ignoring the history, but in-universe, the Bronze are very, very busy all the time. Gee, oh my god, you're fired, J. Palmer. No pun intended. Someone go shoot Mr. Red for me, just really quick, please. Just make it quick. Tell Mr. Red he needs to serve Garrosh. That should do it. Let's go get our coffee. Oh yeah, the green flight went pretty cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for quite a while. In fact, they only really recovered as of Dragonflight. Well, it's okay, because the Red Dragons weren't really doing well either because of the events of what's after Warcraft 2. So the events of Warcraft 2, the events of after Warcraft 2, and then the events of the Cataclysm. So I guess the Red Flight never really covered until Dragonflight. I don't know, I'm sensing a weird trend here. I'm only being a little facetious. Every single Dragonflight for a very long time was just kind of doing their own thing. And, well, that was almost universally a bad thing for them. They were isolated, and as a direct result of their when I say isolated, I mean like individual dragons would just be off doing their own thing, right? What that meant was if anybody came by and was like, hey, look, a dragon. Well, that dragon didn't have a lot they could do about that. I mean, yeah, they're a dragon, but I'm sorry, this is Warcraft. Dragons are middle tier. So, bit by bit, a whole lot of dragons were just kind of picked off one by one. And there wasn't really a lot most of them could do about that. And the aspects were just kind of piecing out, not doing anything. I mean, Malygos was literally taking a depression nap for 10 millennia, for God's sakes. Hi, Uthor. I mean, I get it. Bad stuff happened, but dude, come on. Azshara was stuck in the dream for a long time, and then there was the nightmare screwing with her. So Malygos is out, Azshara was out. Nosdormu... Well, we'll actually get to that at some point. In Kata, actually. And, of course, Deathwing was gone, because he's called Deathwing. And that's my answer to that, J. Palmer. But either way, I just need to... Oh, I just need to walk... Oh, right, I forgot this quest. Okay, yep. I have no memory of Thrall's Horde enslaving any dragons, but I'm probably misremembering something from Warcraft 3 somewhere. Now, there were remnants of what would eventually be called the Dark Horde, aka the Blackrock clan, who would end up putting up roost in Blackrock Spire. We actually fight them a couple of times, once as the humans and once as the undead. Yeah, that was Blackhand's kids, J. Palmer. The Dark Horde. Those are still in the game as of Kata, although they won't be for much longer. We're going to knock that particular piece off the board. I noticed this when I was doing the Lorecraft series. Obviously, Warcraft doesn't always acknowledge this, but a lot of WoW's history is taking major political entities and just kind of removing them from the board one by one. Like the Dark Horde. Oh yeah, then there's the Dragon Maw. We'll deal with them later. Do I want Shadow Fury? Having a live button is nice. We'll go ahead and pull in Shadow Fury. Put that on 5. Yeah, we create a lot of power vacuums as we roam around, WoW. I mean, no wonder the Alliance and the Horde still exist at all. It's not because they're super strong, it's because everything else keeps getting removed from the equation. The Azshara Sea Sponge undulates with living water. You've collected all the shimmering droplets that Earl requested. Now it's just a matter of summoning the Jumbo Elemental. Earl indicated you should be able to use the engorged Azshara Sea Sponge to summon a Jumbo Elemental near the Tower of Adar to the northwest. I actually thought that was canon for a while, Huthor, until I actually checked it up myself. and found absolutely no evidence of it whatsoever. Hello?
Don't be shy.
Uh,
Spirits be with you, man.
okay, well, anyways, I'm going to summon an elemental here. Is that cool? Summoned by a fumbling goblin. Unbelievable. Desperate or stupid, this will be your final mistake. Wait a minute. What's that chaos bolt you're summoning? Yeah, it might have been a bit of a Mandela effect. Who knows? From my perspective, it made a degree of sense that Garrosh would shack up with Zayala, because they're both warmongering idiots who have no idea what they're doing. And Lord knows she was a very bad influence on him, just like, oh, I can't think of his name. He was more in the book stuff than he was in the actual game. Malkarok. Yeah, this guy. Jackass. Ah, so tired. It's hard to concentrate. Don't worry. I brought you some coffee beans. Beautiful beans. They smell absolutely delicious, don't they? They do. I love the smell of coffee. Hello, someone who doesn't smell like fish. I like. I'm pretty sure everyone suffered from Mandela effect at some point or another. Too mean? No, not too mean. They deserved it. Don't gum up their plants. Not ever. Convenient, no? Who needs hot springs anyway? This is perfect. Ah, delicious. Azzy always tried to get his hands on magical artifacts. Says he was trying to make friends with Archmage person. Xylem. Xylem has lots of apprentices. Vanilla reference. Takes in all kinds, burns them out, leaves them wandering all over. High turnover. Last one was last night. Headed over towards Big Goblin Tower. Maybe he'll help you meet Xylem. Maybe Xylem knows where Azzy is. Play nice. Wait, what? No, I'm being turtle napped. Oh, yeah, no, we, like, technically there were still, Dragon Maw and Blackrock orcs, aka the Dark Horde, up until the events of Warlords. But, I mean, that was the end of that, right? That was the end of the Blackrock clan in any way that matters, not counting in the past. We pretty much wiped out a huge portion of the orcs during Pandaria. No, Xylem, not Xylom. Very different people. For one of them is a Death Knight Worgen, and for one, the other's a human mage. Who is insane or eccentric? Take your pick. Oh god, now you're making me question myself, Ross. Hang on. How to reach Vashir as an ally? You actually, so you can physically go there, but you do want to have the lead-in quest, which means you're probably gonna have to figure out getting it from the mission board. Which means picking up a quest until it randomly selects the right one, which is exactly as irritating as it sounds, which is why that's 3 negatives right now. There might be a quest on in the harbor, but there probably isn't. Hmm. Yeah, now I'm looking into this while we do this little trip here, Ross, because I'm curious. Yeah, that's because Vashir is extraordinarily buggy. It is the single buggiest, zone in the entire game by a huge margin. It's probably going to be our biggest bundle of bug negatives in the entire game, actually.
What business have you?
Look, buddy, I was in your shoes not a week ago. Big, powerful archmage takes on apprentices. Who could pass up an opportunity like that? Sometimes things really are too good to be true.
Hold your head high.
Every man's got to learn his own lessons, I suppose. Here, take my wizard hat. I have no doubt he'll take you on as apprentice if you look the role. Just might have to jump through some hoops first. Tiny flaming hoops, suspended over spikes, with spinning blades on the sides.
Shorel Aran.
Wait, really? Okay. The black furbog that live in this area have broken rank with their timber maw brethren as we begin to aggressively settle Azshara. They've gone wild and harass our forces at every turn. Worse, we have seen them engaging the Night Elves from Telrendis on friendly terms. We cannot allow the Night Elves and the Furbogs to ally. Ignore the fact that they've been historical allies for literal millennia.
Glory to the Sindorai.
If my sources are trustworthy, Lord Keeper Amberwind is overseeing the Alliance investigation of the rooms to the east. I have not yet probed the extent of her abilities. I'm hoping you can give me a full report by engaging her in combat and killing her. With a title like Lore Keeper, I'm guessing she has a journal on her that'll tell us what those elves are up to. Run and fetch that for me.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay. What's with all the shells in here? No, whatever. Die, I suppose. Oh, how do you imagine that would develop, Darthrunius? Like, what do you imagine would make the New Age? Actually, I do not remember that line, but I've also done an analysis on that film, Ross. And that tends to codify my memories a little bit more precisely, I've noticed. It's one of the biggest reasons why, I barely remember games I've ruminated on. And also, I try to refuse to give an opinion on a game I haven't done a review on. Because then I'll have problems like that. Why are you sliming me with snail slime? That's so weird. But yeah, when we went to go do the Vashir, we started Vashir, we didn't actually finish it. We just got teleported there, and I had to explain the cutscene that we missed. Because Vashir is just layered with cutscenes. And that's great! Except they're kata cutscenes, so they were still figuring out a lot of how to make that work. So kata cutscenes are definitely better than Wrath, which are better than DC. But it was still very cutting edge. I mentioned this on Discord. If there are two WoW expansions that qualify for first game, they are Cataclysm and Vanilla. Because Cataclysm is a whole lot of Hell, this stuff didn't even work all that well back in the day. I've had Vashir bug out during Kata. Exactly, Huthor. We must defeat the Alliance at all times. But we've already had 2 of them, Magister. We want a 3rd one? This is really thick grass for some reason. Holy crap. I'm barely visible underneath this crap. See you around, Darth Trinius. And I do hope your recovery is as swift as it's going to be. Because, yeah, you're probably looking at, like, March-ish. Well, no, that's too early, isn't it? May, maybe? I'm not sure which zone would get bug positives, though. Oh, you mean bug. Sorry, you're making a joke. God damn it. I was trying to think if there's any bug positives I would give to WoW. Yeah, can we actually get a good Star Wars MMO? Is that possible? But Star Wars Galaxies was good. Bam! Okay, there we go. We're good. Tor... I enjoy fairly large swaths of Tor. I do. I have no problem admitting that. But, man... Imagine a game that's trying to be the story of, like, War Within with the gameplay of WoW Vanilla. Oh. Meanwhile, Huthor's like, yes! Yeah, what I really want is a Star Wars co-RPG, to be quite honest. And, weirdly enough, that kind of was Tor. But only after a bit, and even then, ooh. The Black Maw are ferocious. Were they ever to organize, they would prove an immense disruption to our work here.
Victory!
This definitely looks like the working draft of some sort of treaty. That's a worst-case scenario for us. Night Elves coordinating attacks with entrenched Furbog allies. My initial instinct, a full front-out assault, would only drive them into the arms of the Alliance. We'll have to take a different approach. Because remember, the Night Elves are not here because they're Night Elves. They're the Alliance.
Dabu! Farewell!
Looks like our Alliance foes have been making... Scruffy Brig? Have been making headway with the Black Maw talks by conducting negotiations in Furbog tongue. If we're going to sabotage the treaty, we have to do the same. It's not as hard as it sounds. The Black Maw make a potent herbal tea, the fumes of which will place one in a trance-like state, where you'll start speaking in their tongue. Okay.
For the Horde! Farewell!
In order to infiltrate and disrupt the Black Maw negotiations, we'll need to know where they're happening. In Black Maw Hold to the southwest, I suspect you'll find elven ambassadors milling around making preparations. Ugh. Kill them at your leisure, and search the area for important documents. Oh, and grab a set of the robes. We'll need them.
Drink!
I can barely even see Bragwin in here. She's like hiding in the bushes. If I had to make a new single player character... Wait, hang on. Bleh. If I had to make a single new character... We're not going to finish this before the lunch break. And play through all the content of the game right now, would I rather do Tor or STO? So, just to be clear, you mean the game in the state it currently is now? So this is what Infernal does. Wow, I actually came pretty close to death there. Yeah, the Infernal quite literally just saved my life. Glad I decided to pop it. I could have also hit a health potion, but I kind of forgot I even had those. Yeah, I know, I'm dumb. I had several buttons I could have hit there. Look, I'm still getting used to Destro, okay? Give me a break, give me a break. Would I rather play through all of Tor or all of STO? Are we assuming infinite time? Because that always changes the equation. Yeah, speaking of which, there's a reason I had this here, and I had this, which is a nice big heal. It used to be over there, but I swapped it for that. Maybe I should swap it back. In fact, yeah, I almost never use Rain of Fire. Let's move this here. Let's move this back over here on my heal button. Yeah, both MMOs have a lot of good and a lot of bad. But if we have infinite time... Oh, honestly, I think with infinite time, I think that'd push Tor to the top. Tor has so much good stuff, and I know exactly what I'd do. Actually, yes, Made in Timeline. This is a custom resolution. It's, God, what is this? This is 2,313 by 1,734. Yeah, Rain of Fire is a very boring fire and forget spell, and only really works because of the fact that it buffs some of your other abilities. Like, I do that, and all of a sudden they're taking more damage from, like, Immolate and Incinerate. Yes, exactly. Right. Anyways, yeah, no, I've poked at raiding in Tor a couple of times. I think I mentioned that, and it was just, yeah, it was there. Tor doesn't have, well, I mean, Tor does have Jedi Knight, and Tor has Trooper, and both of those are not great. But I'm not sure anything is as bad as the Sigil of T'Kuvma. But anyway, sorry, I think I picked Tor, because I know exactly what to do. So we're assuming infinite time. That's the thing that switches it. Because I'd play through Trooper and Jedi Knight and Smuggler, and then, like, you know, probably Consular, and then Bounty Hunter. And just get all that crap out of the way. Just run through that as quickly as I possibly could. And then I would be able to take my time and actually enjoy, you know, the other ones. Enjoy all the other classes, because there's some really, really good stuff on the Sith side. There's good regional quests. There's good story for the class quests. And I even enjoy one of the expansions. By contrast, STO has a whole lot of good stuff in it too, but like STO is more appealing precisely because of the fact that you can just kind of race through it. Like the STO one was what? 80 hours for the whole game? That's nothing.
Strength and honor. Victory.
How goes the hunt? I sampled that briar root stuff myself, but it was too bitter. Even an old gravel eater like myself couldn't care for it.
For the Horde.
Well, that's plenty. We'll boil this stuff up and you can bask in the fumes for a while. You'll be speaking like a furbog in no time. Our plan is beginning to take shape.
Naboo.
You have the robes. Andrel has been whipping up some magic for us to use.
Victory.
Excellent work. Let me see those documents. Oh, now we know exactly what happened and where the final negotiations will happen. Don't worry if the robes don't fit. I've got it all worked out.
For the Horde.
Andrel here has crafted a little bit of magic for me. Come, stand next to the fire and steep yourself in the fumes. Drape the robes around you and you'll take on the appearance of a Night Elven ambassador. Don your disguise and speak to Andrel. He'll teleport you to the heart of the hold, where the negotiations are to take place. Speak with the chief and sabotage the treaty, and kill as many of them as you can for the evil! I mean the Horde, whatever we are.
Farewell.
Okay, so summoning Infernal will increase the damage of your next 8 casts of Chaos Bolt, or next 8 Rain of Fires, or, while your initial Infernal is active, every soul shard you spend has a chance to summon another Infernal. I'm going with that one. Alright, let's go ahead and pop this. You look uglier than usual. Actually, I look like a Night Elf, which looks frickin' awesome. Not a female, anyways.
Yes.
Send me in. Hello, Chieftain. Welcome, ally. We have much to discuss. The beasts you call Horde ravage these woods. Their terrible stone ribbon slices through the land, frightening the animals we hunt and fill the air with noise and ash. Tell me, how can we join this alliance of yours? Okay, so our options are not so fast. First, I need a foot rub. What's that smell? Is that you? Seriously. Or, the Alliance demands a delivery of fresh baby with each new moon for our infant labor camps. Okay. Just for you, I'll pick the smell. What? We negotiate in good faith and you come to with insults? You better get used to it, jerky loins. The Alliance primarily views you as pets. Do you do tricks? What tactic is this? You come to my home and start barking demands of my people. Shut it, hair vomit. Soon you will learn to submit to your gnomish overlords. Your tone enrages me, outsider. If this is what we can expect from your so-called alliance, we'll have no part in it. So, oh my god. So, option 1 is, you will have no choice once your people are enslaved by the jackbooted alliance death squads. Yeah, by the way, there's an alliance force that actually does enslave children for a work camp. It only happens once, and the Horde does the same thing. But that's a real thing that really happens. You keep talking, but all I hear is, blah, blah, my people bathe in our own filth. Or, we can yank out his belly piercing. Which one do you think we should do? What do you think, Savacom? 1 is more times than it should happen. Agreed. Uh-oh, we lost Savacom. He's too busy drinking her coffee. Okay, so the options are... You will have no choice once your people are enslaved by the jackbooted alliance death squads. Or, you keep talking, but all I hear is blah, blah, my people bathe in our own filth. Or, we can rip out his belly piercing. Okay. Warriors, the alliance filth have betrayed us. Slay them. Oh, there's Ritual of Doom. That over there. Oh, yeah, there we go. Warlock Night Elf. That's where it's at. I have to kill a bunch of people. Well, that's because we're not playing as the Horde in Pandaria Huthor. I agree with you completely, consequently. But yeah, Hellscream's forces are 100% the bad guys. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I mean, Hellscream himself says it. I'm trying to remember his exact wording, but it's something along the lines of, those other forces are no longer a part of my Horde. God, Night Elves are just so cool. Sorry. Yeah, Mountains of Skull. Let me pull up the exact quote here. Hang on a sec. For those of you wondering why I tend to rag on Garrosh for being evil. Well written, but evil. There we go. There it is. The way he says it, I can't possibly... Like, I would destroy my throat if I said it the way he says it. He says it was... God, he does such a great job of voicing it. The true Horde will come to pass. I have seen it. It has shown me. I have seen mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and I will have my world. You think you have won? You are blind. I will force your eyes open. Mythic only. Behold my glorious destiny. I will destroy everything you have ever loved. I think they did a good job with the depiction of Stormwind, but let's be clear, that was never going to happen. There was no way in hell. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Part of the point of that narrative beat is that Hellscream was not at his peak. He was not like, oh, I'm going to conquer the whole world. No, he was on the back foot. He had lost almost all of his allies and almost all of his own forces, and he had been forced out of every territory he actually controlled at any extent or purpose, to the point where all he had left was his city. Now, the siege of Orgrimmar was a hell of a siege, because Orgrimmar is a fortress city from hell. But that was it, right? Like, that was... He had lost the war. the moment the Siege of Orgrimmar started. The Siege of Orgrimmar was also one of those necessary purges. I've talked about that a few times. Yeah, I wonder how many people in lore we killed during the Siege of Orgrimmar, because it can't have been a small number.
Speak.
If our ruse pays off, we will forever drive a wedge between the Alliance and the Black Maw. Never mind the fact that the Furbolgs have literal hundreds of years of peaceful coexistence with the Night Elves. They exist only as a part of the Alliance.
Strength.
The Black Maw won't know who to trust anymore. With the delicate bit of business complete, I can orchestrate a full assault on those beasts without worrying about them sort of... Oh my god, so now we're gonna go kill all the Black Maw. This is great. You do good work. Maybe we should maybe we should place you in the Horde Diplomatic Corps. Did I mention that we're extremely evil? We could go recruit the Black Maw, but no, that would be stupid. Why would we want some, like, disenfranchised people who are on the back foot who have no idea what they're doing and desperately need allies and friends? That's ridiculous. We're the Horde! All we do is kill and maim and murder. Yum, 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 babies. Yum, yum, yum. Hem. Oh, wait, I'm actually not ready for this question yet. Hang on. Probably, Esmira Star, the Siege of Orgrimmar was, like, a really, really bad thing. Like, obviously, killing off all those orcs was honestly probably a good thing, as absolutely horrible as that sounds. But that meant the Horde was much weaker in terms of overall strength and output. Effectively twice. And then one of the next things that happens in lore is the Legion invades. Cool. Yes, I do think... I don't know. Is this story negative? Because, like, the problem is all of this makes perfect sense and is arguably part of a good story arc. So I don't know if this really qualifies as bad storytelling, because the good story arc was a retcon taking advantage of this bad story. See, in Cata, there was this big push by some of the writers to make the Alliance the good guys and the Horde the bad guys. But there was a push by some of the writers to make both the bad guys. And then there was a push by some of the writers to actually do some legitimately good storytelling. And so we get this whole mixture. By the time Pandaria rolls around and they started actually sitting down and codifying crap, we have the Horde split. Because arguably the Horde split didn't exist in Cata. But as you're paying attention, you can already see the Horde split happening, can't you? Like, this guy over here who's like, we will kill these people because the Alliance are dumb. And then remember this guy down here? I'm so glad that I'm no longer part of Thrall's Horde. I can go out and kill enemies. Remember that? That's Hellscream's forces. That's the split, right? And the split is arguably a good thing. And they do some great storytelling stuff with it. 38056. Yes. Is it? Sure, it's not going to do it? I have sound on. Yeah, I have sound on. Hang on. Play sound. 38056.
The true Horde
There it is.
will come to pass. I have seen it. It has shown me. I have seen mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and I will have my world!
God, he nails that line. He goes so hard when he voices Garrosh. Sorry, it's so much praise for Patrick Size. He nails that role so well. Now, granted, that was Garrosh when he was kind of at his weakest mentally, in several ways. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, so the Night Elves equaling Alliance and the distancing of that. I think I agree with you on that point. I think that deserves a negative, because as Huthor very accurately points out, for once, sorry, there really should be more layers to all of this than HVA. It's flattening, right? It turns all of the actors and their histories and their perspectives and all that into red or blue. And that's diminutive, right? Like that's dismissive of a tremendous amount of lore and world building and character. So that, yeah, I'll give you. That sounds like a negative. Who? Jay Palmer? Like, what? What are you talking about? What's the Twilight Hammer have to do with anything? Which quest giver are you talking about? Hagram Bloodfist. Okay, hang on. Let's go look up Hagram Bloodfist. He is not a member of the Twilight Cultists. And trust me, they tend to keep track of that kind of thing. So, I think you're having some Mandela effect, Jay Palmer. What you're probably remembering is the fact that before the events of Cataclysm, the Twilight's Hammer decided to be like, hey, we're going to blame this horribly evil thing happening on the Horde. And the Night, they were reaching out to the Night Elves specifically, not the Alliance, the Night Elves. And they're like, hey, God damn it, I'm busy. Anyways, so sorry, Jay Palmer. Yes, obviously the Twilight Hammer helped push the war to happen. But that doesn't change the flattening problem, the actual negative. I'll jot down a question mark by that, and we'll see how often it shows up in the game. We've already seen it shown up once right here in Azshara, so we'll kind of keep track of that as we go. Okay. Doomy, have you made contact? What can you tell me? Amberwyn was making use of an arcane construct. Oh, how delightfully inexperienced. It's like watching children play with firearms. Let's take a look at that journal. Here, hold it up to the scrying stone. Yep. Keep it still. Keep it still. Arcane constructs are creatures spawned of pure mana and intellect. In the right hands, a construct allows its user to quickly assimilate a vast reach of arcane knowledge, but they're dangerous. So intelligent, so powerful, so very vulnerable to external tampering. Let's teach these amateurs a lesson and use their own magic against them. Slay the apprentices and collect their stones for me. That would... Oh, no, I agree completely, Blade Javal. That could have been a cool, like, puzzle boss, right? Pick dialogue options that aren't overtly, ridiculously evil. Yeah, exactly, Savicon. Now listen, I'm not saying I joined the secret cult of the Twilight Hammer, but, I mean, have you considered how bad the old gods are, really? I mean, they're just trying to help out and make a better world for everybody. I mean, the Twilight's Hammer don't care if you're an orc, or a human, or a night elf, or a troll, or a dwarf, you know, a goblin. They don't care. And yeah, we here at the Twilight Hammer, we're not pro-demon. The demons are bad. Everyone knows demons are bad. But with the Twilight's Hammer, you too can become part of something good. Give your mind up to Nyalotha and ye... Oh, sorry, what was I talking about? Yes, the old gods want to end all of this pointless... Okay, I've been holding off on this for a while now. I need to find something. Oh god, how am I going to find that? What's the easiest way to find that? Could someone help me find... when you do the Zoradormi quests, event, excuse me, in Dragonflight, each new one gets you a quest which gets you a new little, like essentially a cosmetic thing that shows up there, and each one of those has a little lore tidbit. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like each of the alternate realities that show up, each of the branching timelines, they give you a little bit of lore from that timeline, right? I'm looking for the one from the Black Empire timeline specifically. And I don't know how to look that up quickly, and I don't want to take any more time doing that because, like, I'm in the middle of doing these quests, and I'm kind of in a hurry because I'm already into my lunch break. I kind of want to finish Azshara in one go. I'm already an hour late because I was organizing my frickin' notes, but I'd really appreciate it because it's a really fascinating insight into how the Black Empire operated on a day-to-day basis. And as Miristar, just say what I just said, basically. All of them are fascinating in their own right. All of them give some insight. In fact, I plan to read the one about the Grand Glorious Alliance at some point. Although, didn't I save that about the Grand Glorious Alliance? Looks like I didn't, actually. Damn, I meant to save that. Come on, there we go. Hang on, so this might be it. Hang on, so... Okay, so... Azkaroth is that one. And Azshara is the other one, I think. No, here it is, the Warlands. That's it, the Warlands. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. We gave tribute today, as we do every day. The Ancient One continues its meditation. The hunger of the Ancient One must be sated. Strange day today. A familial relation to our tribute ran up and asked to replace our intended sacrifice. Of course, I thought they wanted the honor of pleasing the Ancient One. Yet, when it gibbered and pleaded, it seemed as if it felt they should save our intended tribute. This perplexed me. The greatest honor a tribute can have is the act of sacrifice. Naturally, we flayed the interloper's skin and presented it as an additional tribute, but the foolish gesture made me pause and think, are tributes capable of higher thought? Do they possess their own desires? I know they're capable of language, and their cleverness makes them more efficient at work than other animals, but should we regard them as more than brutish beasts? Any type of animal can communicate with its own kind, I suppose. Some just happen to meld their tongues to approximate our language. Such a clever trick. They don't speak it well, and they cannot grasp higher concepts, but what if they could? Perhaps I will try to train one as an experiment. After all, pursuit of knowledge is its own reward. If nothing else, it'll make for a unique tribute. Would it be selfish to keep its skin? Yes, perhaps that is too much. The hunger of the Ancient One must be sated. Glory to the Ancient One. And if it's not obvious, it's referring to a sentient person there. Probably a troll, based on context. The other one that really sticks out for me, though, is the one about the war. It's a world in which the war between the Horde and Alliance got worse, is the way I want to phrase that. One second. Aramdumi, is that you? The resolution on this stone is terrible. What kind of hardware are they using? Good work in getting those rune stones. To be honest, I only needed one. But the thought of so many night elves slain for such useless baubles fills me with dark, giddy joy. Please, hold up one of the runes for the scrying stone. As I suspected, amateur effort at best. Now we will hack their arcane construct and use it to wreak havoc. You ever done this type of magic before? No? That makes my plan all the more delicious. Nearby you see a formidable arcane construct they have summoned. Thanks to the runestones, we know how to communicate with it. Talk to it and say, Alteth la Kitolgar. Got that? Repeat it? Close enough. Report back to me with what happens. Okay. Hello? Alteth la Kitolgar? Okay. Okay. This is what's happening now.
We will persevere.
Night Elf mages fling their own arcane creation. Your actions have made my month. That's why we Blood Elves don't use arcane constructs anymore. They've been outlawed for like 1,500 years. It's amusing to me to watch our foes repeat the mistakes of the past. Mages, indeed.
We will have justice.
Pathetic. I'm pretty sure that's the joke, Blade of all. Ooh, spaghetti sounds good. Alright, let's join Archmage Jackass here. Hey, what's up?
What can I do for you?
Well, look at you. Aren't you just a marvel of modern magery? Nice hat, I must say. Apprentices? Apprentice? I do think I might have quite a few already, but I suppose I can never have one too many apprentice-y.
Light bless you.
Sure.
Yo!
It'd be amazing at art magery. Amazing! You won't even talk to me because I don't have a stupid robe and hat. Pfft. Most amazing archmage this land has ever seen can't just have any robe and hat. I need to show him I'm something special, and I know just how to do it. Go out there, kill a ton of those hippogriff things. Bring back a ton of their feathers. You heard me, a bunch of them. Go on, go. I'll have the robe better by the time you get back.
Keep it real!
What's up?
Living ire time. I must have more. Be quick about it, will you? This must be the least justified quest in the entire universe. Look at that.
Be good.
Go get me this thing, is all she says. Going to need more animate basalt. There's only one reliable source for that in the area. A mountain giant named Balboa. We need to go find the rock giant Balboa. We can't keep killing mountain giants if we want to keep stocked in the stuff long term, so we've been chipping it off piece at a time. That's really unpleasant and awful when you think about it. I saw that, Huthor. Unfortunately, one of the steps literally requires having an evoker, so guess what step I'm stuck on? So while I'm killing these things, let me read this out loud. This is the thing. So one of the branching timelines is one in which the Alliance actually managed to defeat the Scourge. So the Scourge never got going, like their momentum never got started, right? But that also meant that the Burning Legion never got summoned. No Third War, no Warcraft 3. Okay, that sounds like a good thing, right? The Scourge are defeated, and there's no Burning Legion invasion. You remember how I talked about how these kind of things lead to consequences? Unforeseen consequences? So, as a direct result of the fact that they were able to do that, bad things happened. Let me just read this out loud. Ever since the portal opened in the Black Morass, we have been fighting the Horde. First they took Stormwind, destroyed our people. Then we defeated them at Blackrock Mountain, tore their armor to shreds, and harried them until that accursed portal was destroyed. And then we had peace. Miserable, loathsome peace. People grew fat, indolent, boring. Parades were had, ribbons. What ribbons? Why do they even exist? We threw the accursed orcs into camps, instead of executing them the way any reasonable person would. Finally, though, some action was had. A plague of undead started to rise, and the filthy orcs ran, as we knew they would, tails between their legs, and sailed across the ocean to Kalimdor. After the undead were stopped at Dalaran, the pathetic Alliance leadership countenanced peace. Peace! As if the Horde knew peace. As if they're not weaned on bloodshed. As if they did not feed their young with the bones of their enemies. So we rose as we needed to, as was right. We overthrew the weak Alliance leaders and chased the Horde across the seas. But too late they had insinuated their ways into the land, spread across it like a parasite. They renamed themselves the Blood Horde. Fitting, given how easily they bleed. They chopped down the forest and dredged up the oil to wage war. Foolishly, they wasted resources trying to fight the great, glorious Alliance. We cannot be beaten. We are the inheritors of this world. Its resources are ours, and we will always be victorious for the great and glorious Alliance. So, we learn a little bit more about that setting. The Blood Horde and the Great Glorious Alliance both never stop being at war, and they effectively form an apocalypse between them, completely ravaging the land to the point that there's entire swaths of the terrain which are completely uninhabitable. Just unchecked mass use of weapons of mass destruction and other war crimes left and right. And that's the idea, is that it essentially never stops escalating. Ever. Yeah, it's Warhammer, but completely straight. Ugh. Yeah, with no distractions, Garithos becomes a model citizen. I would say the Black Empire one is worse. All sentient life serving as nothing more than literal food sacrifices to old gods. Sounds pretty messed up to me. But that's the point, isn't it? Most of these branching timelines are horror stories. They're designed to be an insight into how bad things could have gone. Thought I saw one over there. And then there's the Murloc one. Because there's always a Murloc one. We don't talk about that one. If you're wondering what the Murloc one is, they're all Murlocs. That's it. That's all there is to it. They're all Murlocs. The end. Are there any good timelines? You're looking at it. I'm not actually joking. I mean, in fairness, Azeroth is doing a lot better than it probably has any right to be. For both good writing and bad writing reasons. It's actually a plot point in Pandaria. And in Legion, actually, now that I'm saying that out loud. I mean, that I would like, Five. Now, how much of that is, you know, the writers justifying things and how much of that is good writing, well, that's kind of up to you. But the general idea is, even if other timelines were possible, which, remember, they are not, but assuming they were, there's a reason the Bronzes try so hard to make sure that this timeline is the one that actually happens. Sorry. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to actually argue. I'm so sorry. I just need to rip off chunks of you to use as a spellcrafting component. In fairness, Blade Chaval, and I don't want to be too diminishing here, but that's the same exact thing you could say about FF14 and Eorzea, circa, say, ARR or Heavensward or Stormblood. If we're being honest, Eorzea, that is to say, the planet name I can't remember right off the top of my head, didn't start to get better until Endwalker. And that says all it needs to, I think. Yeah, there's also Azumorn, the setting in which the Scourge were never stopped. That's a fun one. What? I mean, I've said this before. Azeroth is weirdly progressive. I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but I've already showcased that. A lot of bad things have happened to a lot of people, and they have had to develop as a consequence of that. That's kind of a lemonade out of lemon situation, but it's still true. There we go, Asborn. Yeah, imagine if we didn't stop Yogg-Saron. Remember, we got there when he was starting to break out. Which probably says all it needs to.
Time is money, friend.
Do you have that time for me?
Keep it real.
Perfect. It's so interesting how useful the most random things end up being in incantations of this sort. There's so much to learn.
If you ever need anything.
Blood and
I
thunder.
heard a few explosions. I can hardly tell if one of them is yours or not. These goblins can be quite a nuisance. Ah, good work. Should keep us for another few hours before we have to go back for more. Hours? He doesn't seem to be the brightest of giants. I expect we'll be able to keep doing this for a while before he catches on.
For the Horde.
Hours!
Talk to me.
My robe's looking pretty good. Bring those feathers? Yeah.
Glad I could help.
Perfect. Let me toss this together real fast. The Archmage is sure to be taken in by my style.
Right back.
Oh yeah, that's the height of sex appeal right there.
Our enemies will fall.
The local demons seem to get quite a kick out of stealing all our arcane manuals. I highly doubt most of them can even read, so they're probably just doing it to spite us. I could care less about the books they've taken, but they took an Abjurer's manual that I'm going to need if I have any hope of keeping apprentices like you alive amidst Xylem's trials. Find the demons and get the manual. That's all. Scoot.
Remember the Sunwell.
Well met.
Look at you, doing errands. Quite responsible of you. You're moving up, you are. Up, up, up. There are demons ahead, demons of many unpleasant kinds, demons that would like your innards. Lagash demons of southeasternly heading. But do not worry, no reason to worry, for I shall provide you with a companion. Point, bugify, squash. Point, bugify, squash. Quite efficient. Quite messy too, but again, worry not. No, worry not. Afterwards, we don't have to clean up.
Be careful.
Okay. Come along then, I guess. Make sure I don't lose my guy here. Yeah, let's improve Shadow Flame over here. Ugh, I need you to get out of my way. You kind of don't matter. Thank you. I mean, that's true, Bladeville. Heaven's Word ended a millennium-long war, and Wrath of the Lich King led to what is effectively the permanent end of the Scourge threat. Which is funny, because I often compare Wrath to Heaven's Word. It's not like things aren't getting better. I guess that's my overall point. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little defensive, because a world I would legitimately like to live in real life being called this kind of a disaster hill kind of makes me tilt my head a little bit. But then again, I guess we're mostly before all of the bad stuff happening, not after it. And that's why I have to be like, just give it a bit, you know, Bladeville? Just give it a bit. We'll get there. Like, would you want to live in Eorzea right before the end times, or the end days, or whatever they call that? Because I I mean, Lord knows that is definitely something that has been speculated for a while, to quote it. Very unironically. I mean, again, early FF14 Blade Troll. Like, I don't know what else. I'm trying not to just randomly spoil every expansion ahead of us. I'm trying to limit how much spoilering I'm doing. We haven't even gotten to Pandaria yet, for God's sakes. We're still in Azshara. We haven't even finished Kalimdor. I do like this quest, by the way. You're given a little ad. The ad can polymorph enemies so that they instantly turn into a tiny little bug with no health, so you can kill them instantly. Oh, and the ad also comes with a button to just let you get back to camp, like, immediately. Slow runbacks? No, we got you back. Here's a teleport back to the quest giver. Boop. Ignore the arm coming out of the book. It's a demonic book. It's fine. That's what they do, okay? You just get used to it after a while. Ignore the eyeballs coming out of the books. There we go. No, it's okay. They're just cockroaches now. Much easier to deal with. Although, does that make them demonic cockroaches, I wonder? I'm not sure. Well, whatever. Squishy, squishy. I like to think that the demons are having, you know, vampire ego syndrome, right? So like, I am a super demon. Mwahaha. I'm so powerful. And then they're a cockroach, and then we literally step on them. Boop. And then we're back at camp.
Greetings.
He appears to be doing some kind of dance as he turns to you. Do not fret, and better yet, do not forget to not let the bug juice set, or you'll regret... Well, you'll regret the smell of your boots, really. It won't smell good today, and it won't smell good even more tomorrow.
For the Alliance.
The eternal sun guides us.
And here you are, back, talking to me again. I assume that means you have my book.
Salama
Peachy.
Ashalanore.
Back to work, then. Thanks, Snookums.
Shurelaron.
Light be with you.
This is so exciting. What's exciting, might I ask? Well, this, of course, time to trial. Time for you to trial. So many challenges to overcome. An achievement that half the players couldn't get back in the day. So now, and yes, I did get it. Took a while, I'm not going to lie. Now, off you go to my arcane pinnacle. I'll meet you there, of course, because I'm quite everywhere.
Honor, friend.
Wait, what? What are you... Wah! Breaks are for the weak, Evo. You took a break today, right? This is a fun quest chain. I should write down some notes before I forget about them. We're on, effectively, the last quest chain, but the problem is we got about 3 more hubs left, I think.
Need help?
Here so soon. Lovely trip, I hope. Not too nauseous or anything. There'll be much running and jumping, so a settled stomach is of great practicality.
For the Alliance.
This is somewhat simple and somewhat not simple. All the way up are energy conduits, rather like this one. Indeed. Now for you, you must use my jump pads to ascend the pinnacle, and you must touch the conduits you see. When you meet me at the top, you'll be all juicy with energy, because really that's the only way to be. And be sure to keep moving, or you're likely to be sent for a trip.
Light bless you.
Okay, that sounds easy. Just go ahead and grab an energized buff here. And then use this thing. Whee! So you like platforming in your WoW, right? Because this is platforming in your WoW. That's what this whole quest chain is. This is them really starting to experiment with what they can do with quest design. I don't even remember what all the achievements were for this, but there were several achievements to do like a hard mode version of all these trials. There were so many players here trying to do this back in the day. It was great. Did it give anything? Does anyone remember if this gave anything when you did those achievements? So that was a screw up. Hang on. Nowadays, I can recover from that. Ta-da!
King's honor, friend.
Marvelous. You're bound ahead with more haste than a flame-laden kitten. A what? In this moment, that most of my apprentices wonder if there was a logical purpose to storing the energy in my portal for those conduits, so it has to be collected in such a fashion. Of course there's a purpose. I wish to study your behavior, your strategies, your mistakes, your frustrations, your triumphs. This is the entire point of the trials. Now, more trials. Doesn't that sound exciting? Of course it does.
Go with honor, friend.
So we've got fire, frost, and shadow. Okay. One moment. Let's do fire first.
Careful.
Trial fire. Ooh, sounds intimidating, doesn't it? No? Well, I kind of thought so. First to first, you touch the fire crystal and the portal opens. To beat the trial, you have to hop around the fire runes without getting hit. If you stay inflamed long enough, you win! There are little signs to help you. Fire hopping to its new rune fizzles when it goes cold. You can figure out what stuff people want. Or just guess. That's what most people do.
Light bless you. For the Alliance.
You know, some of my apprentices have called me cold-hearted. I always say, though, I shall not let the temperature of my body parts stand in the way of true learning. To reach the Trial of Frost, touch the frost crystal to open the portal. Once there, the goal is simple. Gather little frost orb thingies. To counter the simple, the rotating frost burns may put back your progress, as it were. If you want to be fancy, you can use the rune traps to jump over them. Neat, huh?
Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Let's not be confined by the bounds of the magic repertoire of oh my god. By the mage repertoire of magic. I, for one, choose not to be classist. Necromancy can be so much fun. Touch the shadow crystal to open a portal to my Trial of Shadow. Once there, move to the altar. Weeping souls should begin to pursue you. Your goal is to not drag them into the traps. Be sure not to let them touch you.
Light bless you.
Okay. Trial of Shadow it is, then. Okay. Each time we fail, we lose a stack. Each time we succeed, we gain a stack. The goal is 20 stacks. Okay. We can figure that out. Part of the problem is you really do have to get it right in the middle of the damn traps. Otherwise, they'll just go right by it. There's a little latency issue, too, like you just saw. In fact, I think I've had a latency issue like 3 times now. I believe the achievement for this was doing this without ever getting hit. Don't quote me on that, though. Yeah, like that. You just went right through it with no issues. And that one. And that one. Okay, there we go. Jesus. Oh god! Oh god! I'm actually losing progress. Yeah, part of the other problem is they have a pretty high range on their melee attack, and they probably shouldn't. They can hit you from like a good 10 feet away. There we go, 20 stacks. Woo!
Well met.
I like the way you move. Don't worry about where I obtained all the souls from. They're obtained in a perfectly humane manner, I assure you. Okay. How do you humanely procure souls? Yeah, don't think about it. Don't think about it. This is pretty simple. Don't stand in the fire. That's it. Just don't stand in the fire. Ready for raiding. That was it, wasn't it? God damn it. Oh, I'm finished. I finished. Okay.
Greetings.
Good for you. That trial really put a fire under your
The
bum.
Alliance.
And that will do Frost. God, there's so many ready for ratings now. Nope. I'm wrong. That's not at all. Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, what? Sorry, hang on. Oh, okay, yeah, so. I got this. Oh god, I don't got this. Oh no! I didn't actually mean to hit that. No! No, 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 no! God damn it. You know, I have to go grocery shopping today, too. Or at least I have to go to the UPS store. I was going to go shopping while I was out anyways. That was going to be my lunch break. You know, the lunch that started 40 minutes ago. Wait, what? Why am I at 19? Oh my god, why am I losing stacks? No! Ah, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for any of this. Get out of here. There, 20 stacks. There. Odd.
What can I do for you?
Brilliant. You certainly don't let your feet get cold. Or any part cold. No? Too soon?
Go with honor, friend.
Thanks, guy.
King's honor, friend.
Ahem.
Be careful.
Quite marvelous of you. A pleasure to observe. Much to study. Off you go now. Retire to my tower. Joanna will get you situated. I'll open a portal for you.
Go with honor, friend.
There's the portal.
Light be with you.
You're gonna give me a portal?
Need help? Light bless you.
He is not. Okay. Let's go to Xylem's Asylum. That person did not enjoy trying to invade this tower.
How are you?
Welcome. You seem to have survived the trials relatively unscathed. Good for you. You look to have come with a purpose in mind. A question. Your thoughts are very loud. It's hard not to hear them. Go ahead. Ask anyway.
See you later.
As your ghost. Yeah, remember, we did all this because of the blue dragonflight. Yes, of course. Troubled old dragon, but lovely heart. I don't think all the years of vagabonds assaulting him has done him much good. He's a mite strange these days. Not long ago, when returning yet again to our local spirit healer, I couldn't help but notice that her and Azshara seem to be hitting it off. I imagine he's keeping her company. The portal behind me is the quickest way to reach her. It might sting a little, though.
Travels.
What do you mean by that? Oh. Azure Ghost! We found him! We've done two entire quest chains to find him. After a long search with some questionable turns, you finally found Azure Ghost. Now it's just a matter of convincing him to put up with Caligos and put an end to the threat of the Black Dragonflight. Do not worry, young one. I knew your arrangement was temporary. I'll be fine. Oh, I'll talk to her in a second. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Azure Ghost is, yeah. You seek Azure Ghost, Bane of the Bitter Reaches, Scourge of the Bay of Storms, Lord of all magic in Azshara. Well, you found him. Yeah, Kalik sent me. Calicos! That's your good foot forward? Good luck with that one, buddy. No, you don't understand. I'm here to help. Of course you are, here to save the Big Blue from himself, spending all his time in the spirit world, obsessing over magical artifacts. Kalik doesn't understand, though. I've turned over a new leaf. I've met someone. Met someone? I didn't know there were any other dragons out here. A dragon? Don't be ridiculous. You know, Goblin, you're awfully rude. She's standing right there. The spirit healer. She has a name, you know. Inara. You do well to treat her with respect she deserves. How many times have she and her sisters brought you back from the grip of death itself? You're all kinds of inconsiderate, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I know. We can never be, right? Dragon and spirit healer, two different worlds. Not to mention some physiological problems. But you're wrong. We have a deeper connection than that. And Nara and I, we're involved. Besides, I kind of like it here. No adventurers to poke me and prod me with no provocation. That's not what I was saying at all. Well, get to it then. You're the one veeping off into all these unnecessary topics. Forget it. I'm here to warn you the Black Dragonflight is hunting you. Oh, that. Thought I hadn't noticed the scorched earth and senseless slaughter that usually gives them away. I'm not that old. You already know. Why don't you go stop them, then? Why bother? It's not like they actually have the slightest clue where I am. They're not going to do any harm to the already found artifacts there. Anyway, one of the amusingly convenient things about the evil and destruction is that they usually tend to evilly destruct each other eventually. Yeah, but Calicos is already out there trying to stop them. He needs your help. He's going after them. And he sent you here to ask me to help. Was there begging? Were there tears? He stares off into the distance as a toothy smile creeps onto his face. You know, if I came to his rescue, there's no way he could ever live it down. Maybe he'd make me one of those little Sunwell girls of my own. No offense, Inara. You'll come then? Yeah, I'll come to his rescue. Just don't you fall into his little center-of-the-world hero bit, though. He just likes the attention. I swear, he thinks he's going to be the next Aspect. Azhirgos has agreed to this rendezvous. Success! Azhirgos and Calicos are due to meet up at the Northern Rocketway terminus. You should meet up with them there and make sure Calicos doesn't require any additional help. Should you prefer to not be dead, Inara will likely be able to help. Do not worry, young one. I know our arrangement was temporary. It'll be fine. You, though, you don't belong here. It is not yet your time. I shall aid your journey back to the land of the living. This one's on me. And yes, he's hiding in the realm of the dead, which remember, at this point historically, the Shadowlands is just the Earth, but the dead layer of the planet, as opposed to, you know, a whole other dimension. So he's just hanging out in the Shadowlands, hiding from all the people who are killing him because he's a world boss. This is doubly funny because he's actually a world boss right now, right there. I mean, probably Dakota. Alright, we're done. What? Roll credits. Directed by George Lucas. Oh
Kil'jaeden must be destroyed.
Yeah, a little out of date there, buddy. Great to see you again. Thank you for finding Azhirgos and sending him to me. I do feel I owe you an apology. I may have undersold how difficult it would be to accomplish the task I gave to you. You performed quite admirably, though.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
And yeah, I noticed I'm pretty sure that's his Dragonfly model.
Kil'jaeden must be destroyed.
Now we put an end to all this madness. We need to rout the Black Dragonflight from Azshara entirely before they can return with any communication from their master. I still don't know what they have up their sleeve for capturing us, so I'd like you to do one last thing. Go to the Sable Ridge, kill their leaders. If things get hairy, I'll come to help. I just don't want to risk falling into whatever trap they have set for Azhirgos.
There is no time to waste.
Oh, dude, when we did the Blue Quest chain and we went to see Azhirgos, I was like, oh, God, him? Him? Really?
Big shot, huh?
I knew these guys would be trouble as soon as we started building this tower. Scoffing our bribes, stealing our workers. Labor ain't cheap with all the construction in Azshara. I need those men back.
Do not get on Gallywix's bad side.
What?
I got my own perfect solution to the problem. My very own Cryomatic 16. I originally developed it to freeze my workers during transport between shifts so I wouldn't have to feed and entertain them, but there were complications. Should be perfect for dropping these drakes out of the sky, though.
On your way.
Really? What does freezing a drake in midair do, I wonder? That makes sense. Can I help you? Yeah, I was never a big fan of Calicos either, even though he's been a regular character for a while. There's a story arc we will not be showing off, because it's not reasonable to do so, in Kata, which he was a part of, which is the Blue Dragonflight thing. Let's see, he was obviously in BC. He wasn't really involved in Wrath, which is funny, considering how much Blue Dragonflight stuff we were doing in Wrath. Shrug, I suppose. I guess that's it. I mean, obviously, I remember him most from the scene he was the worst in. But that's unfair. God. The book. The courtroom. Enough said. He was also in the book being like, Jaina, no, don't be a mass murderer. Which, you know, you'd think if that's the kind of thing you don't have to tell your friends, right? Like if I'm like, Bragwood, no, don't be a mass murderer. Bragwood's like, no, I must. It is the only way. Like, no, Bragwood, don't do it. Death to all. Bragwood, wait. I got cookies. What kind of cookies? Don't worry, they don't have any raisins in them. Very well. I will not murder these millions of people. And then Savacom's like, I will murder people instead. I'm like, damn it, Savacom, no! Don't murder thousands of people. No, I said millions. Oh, okay. Don't murder millions of people. I will murder millions of people. But I brought coffee. Very well. And it's just my job. I just run around preventing people from murdering millions of people. It's really exhausting, you know. Like, I don't ask a lot. Just a little recognition. I mean, yeah, I remember, or maybe I'm misremembering, but I swear there was a thing in the book where it was like, it wasn't just the fact that she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs or Revenge Bitten or whatever, but like literally the amount of magic that was pumping through her was wrong. Like it was screwing with her brain. Which makes sense. That has a lot of arcane energy she happened to be present at. Oh, thanks for double the... Wait. Also one of my favorite atmospheric tracks in Kato right here. It's the Twilight Hammer theme. Often associated with Deathwing himself. You know what? Hang on. Let's do this easier. Come here. I'm a pet class. I'm going to act like one. Wait, I'm not a pet class. Oh, no! No, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. No! Shoot. Okay. That might actually be bad. Yep, nope, that is officially bad. And we're dead. God damn it! One screw up on a button. Yeah, Blizzard writers have had many issues over the years. And that's the nicest way I can put that. If they hadn't crafted what I consider to be the single best setting ever, I would be rather upset at them. Oh wait, I am rather upset at them. Stab. That's the thing that always irritates me. If I could derail for just a second. Some people have this weird thing where they think that if you like something or if you're rooting for something, you cannot speak negatively about it. And it's like, what? You know what I'm talking about. You know, you're a... This even extends to sports. You know, you're a fan of the Raiders, therefore you can't speak ill of the Raiders. And it's like, what? Yeah, I can. I'm not a Raiders fan, by the way. It's just the first sports team that came to mind. Like, I love Star Trek. Have you ever heard me talk about Star Trek? Yeah, no, exactly. It's a mentality about loyalty rather than any kind of, you know, critical thought. In TV tropes, I believe they call that My Nation Right or Wrong. Although that's more for, like, nationalism, but you get the point. Yeah, you betrayed your uniform. Uh-huh. You know what? I think I agree with that, Savacom. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It would be easier if companies like Blizzard actually made much, much worse products, you know? Was Eddington the good... I haven't gone back through those episodes in a while, so I'm not sure where Eddington really lines up on that. We'll see. I look forward to getting there for the lore run. I'll let barrier this. Oh, Jesus. Help! 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 You may have saved Azurgos, but your life ends here. Oh, God. And there's Caligos. And dead. Oh, okay. I'll take that. Thanks, Calig. It's probably the one time you've actually helped me in my entire life. You truly amaze me. It's rare to see someone so dedicated and resourceful. Azurgos and I are likely to depart Azshara and remain discreet for a while. I do hope we'll meet somewhere again, though. Perhaps to put an end to Deathwing himself. Yeah. I mean, again, yeah. Deep Space Nine is another perfect example of that. I know some people who say that you cannot speak ill of DS9 or TNG. In fact, I just realized what that term is actually called. I'm so stupid because it's such a common terminology. It's the sacred cow philosophy. You're not allowed to speak ill of, you know, such and such because it's a sacred cow. You know. Wait, which part? Which part's Zavagum? That's an interesting statement, Raid 36. But A, extremely wrong, and B, very misleading. I was getting defensive of the fact that a planet I actually would like to live in is the place that someone just referred to as a hellscape, but that's also because Blade Tefell is approaching this from the perspective of ignorance. He hasn't even seen Pandaria yet, for God's sakes. You can't tell me that someone who's only ever seen BC and Wrath can then make a definitive judgment and say the whole world is a non-stop hellscape of awfulness and doom. Right? Go watch 2 episodes of Star Trek for me, and then make a sweeping statement about all of Star Trek. That's not me defending Star Trek, that's me trying to be like, okay, hold on. Let's talk about this from the perspective of information, rather than presumption.
Yo, can I help you with something? This gig ain't so bad.
Oh, God, I can't wait to get to Pandaria. Don't mistake me, I've been enjoying Kata.
Hit the road!
But, man, Pandaria is going to be such a great thing. Yeah, people still do that with Roddenberry. People still put him on a pedestal, which, thank you, little one. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the throes of love and lose sight of things, even as a dragon. I plan to rededicate myself entirely to making sure Kellic never steps up to Malygos's place. It's the most noble cause I can think of. You should head back to the harbor. I believe someone's waiting for you there. Try not to get squashed or eaten by anything. Add Uthor. Past tense. That's also one of the reasons I kept comparing this to FF14. FF14 is a hellscape at the beginning of ARR. But we do a lot of good work over the course of the game in order to try and improve it. And make it a better place. So you remember this washed out apprentice guy who kind of started us on this whole arc?
Victory lies ahead.
Hey there. Again. Look, I gave you my hat. It was a gift. I thought you'd make some use out of it. More specifically, I thought it would get you the hell away from me. Can you imagine my surprise when Xylem comes back, giving it to me? Want to be my honor apprentice, Sarada? Give your hat another try. Not my proudest moment. So, what, you just tossed it aside for him to find? No, I don't think so. You're going to take this hat, and you're going to like it. Really.
Time is of the essence.
And that's the end of the Azshara quests. I don't know if I ever have that toy, so... That's true, Rain 36. Whoop, hang on, what's that quest?
Loktar!
We've literally already done that quest. That's a vector quest for a chain we've already done. Also, I find the idea that I hold Azeroth as a sacred cow hilarious, given the score so far. Sorry. It's just really... Like, we're still at the point where we're giving story negatives for nonsense, and that's not going to stop for, I'd say, a couple weeks at this point. So there's these quests. We're not actually doing these quests, but these quests are like, hey, head over that way. Either way, I'm not going to stream a second stream today because it's the time at which my second stream was supposed to start. It's about 2 minutes ago. So tomorrow, we're going to go in and do Durotar. I'll see you guys.